thought you said we are doing all the discussion.
No, as I want to shoot from here and here sometimes.
If corrupt people cannot trust their own society, globally, corruption is the norm. I was surprised that some cultures had found the cure. My first experience of a culture of trust was in Holland. My host took me to a dairy to buy milk. I'd never heard of machines milking cows. No one was selling the milk. My friend just opened the tap, filled his jug. Then he grabbed a bowl filled with cash, paid in 20 guilder note, took the change, and started walking away with his milk. I was stunned. I said, man, if you were an Indian, you would take the milk and the money. He laughed. In a flash, I understood a basic cause of my nation's poverty. If customers took the milk and the money, the dairy owner would have to hire a sales girl. But if the consumer is fair, why would the supplier be honest? He would add water to increase the quantity of milk. Frustrated by watered down milk, the consumer would ask the government to appoint milk inspectors. But why should the inspector be honest? He would take bribes and allow adulterated milk to be sold. The consumer will have to bear the cost of the milk, the water, sales girl, the inspector, and the bribe, none of which add any value to the milk. In paying for them, the consumer pays simply for his sin. Paying for all this means that you don't have money left to buy products that actually add value, such as milk turned into ice cream or cheese. How did Holland create a culture of such integrity? Transforming a nation requires cultivating character. That is why God gave us the scriptures. Apostle Paul wrote, all scripture is given by God's inspiration and is profitable for correction and instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. Poverty does not cause corruption. Corruption causes poverty. To combat both, our nations need more than aid, investment, or protests. They need hearts and minds that are transformed by God's word and spirit.
Thank you very much. I think we should clap for Bishop for that talk on this is just to start the presentation. And I think after watching this video, my paper presentation has been concluded, so maybe I should go and sit down. The chairman of the occasion, Professor Ladi Hamalai, other discussants, Professor Yemi and Professor Oko, finding myself in the midst of professors, it's like I'm defending a thesis or a dissertation. So you will pardon me if I'm not able to measure up the expectation because of the presence of these distinguished professors. But I'll try to do my best and do justice to the paper. I remember writing proposals when Dadi Hamalai was the DG of NIAS, wanting to partner with NIAS when I was a management consultant. I didn't succeed, but I hope now that I have a handshake with you, you'll give me a reference to get a job with NIAS. The topic of today sounds very abstract, and it's something that lives with us, resonates with us, and yet we take it for granted. The chairman of the occasion has hit the nail on the head. Trust is very key and very, very vital. Just imagine the relationship between a husband and a wife. If there is no trust, once distrust sets into a relationship, you can imagine the consequences to the family, to the relationship, and in fact sometimes the effects get even into the society and the community at large. So trust for accountants is very, very key and very, very fundamental in whatever we do. And I think I will agree that having Reverend Canon Socio-economic as the president of ANAN at this time appreciates the importance of ethics and the importance of trust. Hence, the consideration to give
not even good, too small.
at least as one of the leading papers for the 26th annual conference of ANAN.
No.
Can we move to the next slide? On the table of contents, yes. It's a very long presentation, but I'm going to make it very brief. I have only 20 minutes or so to make this presentation. We'll just look at general definitions of what trust is and what the issues surrounding the theme and the topic for this presentation is. We'll look at the conception of trust and modes of producing trust. That how do you produce trust? We'll also look at how you measure trust. There are legislations in Nigeria that governs general activities concerning the issues of anti-graft, economic and financial crimes. You already know them. It's just a highlight on them. We'll look at how to lose public trust, particularly for the accountant, how you can lose public trust. There's a study by the Edelman Intelligence Institute. Since 20 years ago, they've started work just focusing on trust. And in the past 5 years, we will look at what the outcome of their study has revealed in terms of trust. We'll look at the challenges and dilemmas facing the accountants on the issue of trust. There are also effects of poor accounting ethics. Once you get involved in poor accounting practices, there are effects, and we would like to look at some of these few effects. Finally, we will look at the options available to the accountants and also look at some qualities that safeguard trust. And then we'll conclude our presentation. Now, looking at our definitions, simply, the accountant is a bookkeeper. I know you will argue with me. You are more than bookkeepers. Yes, you are. But basically, that is what the accountant's job is. And of course, the accountancy profession is the bookkeeping profession. What are we looking at in terms of trust? We're looking at faith, belief, expectations, and reliance. And in this context, we're looking at trust as in belief. What is the word "and"? What does it mean? "And" is to receive or to get something. And in this context, we are looking at getting something. Public is the community. It's open. Once something is public, it's available for everybody to see, and anybody can scrutinize. Sustain is to maintain, endure, or tolerate. And in this context, we are looking at maintain. The challenge for the accountants is the task before the accountants. And the options are the choices for their accountants. Now, having said this, if you want to represent the topic, earning and sustaining public trust, the accountants' challenges and options, you can equally say getting and maintaining community belief, the accountant's tasks and choices. I've just prepared that topic based on the definitions that I have given. So that is what we're going to be looking at. The subject of trust, like I said, sounds like an abstract. It is something that you live with. It's something that every now and then you are faced with very serious and critical dilemmas as accountants because you are the gatekeepers. And I'd like to start and introduce by the quote from Dave Stevens, the Integrity and Law Manager of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales, where he says, accountants working in public practice are gatekeepers for the legitimate financial system, just as accountants working in industry are gatekeepers for the organization. A role sometimes demonstrated by robust discussions with business development teams, for example. Since accountants often occupy such important positions, it is important that we continue to maintain public trust. The IFAC, that's International Federation of Accountants, recent study demonstrates that public trust is well placed. The profession is also increasingly relied upon by government and law enforcement agencies. And this is the truth. Because every financial statement that is produced, it is the accountants that are responsible. And if you want to look at the performance in terms of financial performance of an organization, you are not going to rely on anybody other than what the accountants have produced. I don't know if the slide is. Try to move to the next slide. Can you help me check this? What's the problem with the... I'm trying to move to the next slide, but it's not going. Anyway, I'll go with my own presentation that I have here. I also wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to share my humble experience and knowledge with eminent members of the accounting profession on this topical issue, earning and sustaining public trust, the accountants' challenges and options. More so, the importance of this topic cannot be underscored against the apt theme of this year's conference, strategic options for economic recovery, role of the accountants. It goes without saying that accountants play key roles in affairs of the company and the country at large. The quote by David Stevens, which I referred to in my opening presentation, captures this succinctly. Now, what did we say accountants are? Accountants are gatekeepers. As gatekeepers, the resources coming into an organization, the financial resources in particular coming into an organization, and even the costing of the all resources coming into the organization. Before they come into the organization, they must pass through the accountants, and you are the gate there. And once the resources are also going out, you are also the second gate controlling the exit or the outgoing of these same resources. And that is why accountants are considered as important gatekeepers. Now let's look at what the conception of trust is. The subject trust has so many definitions and it's very difficult to pin it to one. It depends on the interrelationships you are looking before you can give a clear definition. Here we are going to look at fiduciary trust, mutual trust, and social trust as the three major conceptions of trust. In the case of fiduciary trust, you are looking at a trust that is interrelated. The relationship is asymmetrical. It's not in the case of mutual trust where it's symmetrical between two people that are involved. Now for the accountants, what does this mean? You must act in good faith. provide full disclosures. You put your clients first. You disclose all areas of conflicts of interest. And you never mislead your clients. So this is very key. Now, in the case of mutual trust, which is the other type of trust, this develops between individuals who repeatedly interact with one another. It's very easy. A relationship between a husband and wife, a relationship between a doctor and a patient, the relationship between a lawyer and a client. When it continues for a long time, you are able to build mutual trust to the extent that once you have headache, the next thing is to call your doctor. Once you feel somehow, once there's a bigger issue, you call your lawyer. Please come and help me sort this out. So you have already developed that trust in the relationship. The other one, which is very crucial, is the social trust. This is embedded within institutions, and we know this and we take it for granted. Look at the example of the electricity distribution companies. What can you say? To what extent do you trust the provision of services by this kind of organizations? When you visit our public hospitals, what is your impression about the services that you get from these institutions? So this is the other level of trust that is wide and varies according to this. Now let's look at the mode of producing trust. There are basically three ways that trust is produced. Characteristics based, this is based on characteristics. You as an individual, because there are some individuals that you can keep your money with them, you can go and sleep. You have no cost based on their character. That is the way they are created. That is the way they are. They are very trustworthy. You can bank on them, and those kind of people are very rare to come by. So we have that as one of the ways of producing trust, characteristics based. Then process-based trust is based on trust that is repeated exchanges and true ascribed characteristics, but this emerges over time. Based on the activities that you do, if you have a relationship with your client and consistently you have been satisfying the client, that trust is developed based on the relationship of the process. And then the institutional trust, these are institutions that have responsibility to earn our trust as organizations. I know you will argue, but a lot of people, if they have issues with a client or a business transaction that fails, probably the first organization they will report to is maybe they run to EFCC and say, look, I have an issue with this client, this is what happened, because I want you to help intervene on this and sort this issue out. I need to get my money or something out. So those institutions are also there. Now, measuring of trust. This is just for you to have an understanding. It sounds very academic, but it's just for you to have an understanding of the subject so that you will know that, look, even when you are behaving in any way, there are ways that this can be measured. This can be through surveys, it can be through objective and indirect, and it can be through behavioral gains. So these measures of trust is to enable you to have a good understanding of what the issues are, how you can overcome them, and organizations like yours, ANAN, in different organizations also, you can carry out a study to know the level of trust that a exist within your workforce. And in the Chartered Accountants of Australia and New Zealand, they have done a fantastic study. Even IFAC has done a study in terms of trust. And it shows in New Zealand and Australia, 5 accountants are rated as the 5th most trusted profession in New Zealand and Australia. The first most trusted are medical doctors, then lawyers, then the police. Very surprisingly, in New Zealand and Australia, the police are highly trusted. I don't know what you can think or how you can place the police in Nigeria in terms of your trust. I think it's better imagined. I recently had an issue that I had to go to the police, and when they told me I had to pay to get the bail out of that, I said, that is really a very, very serious issue that I had to get an intervention to get out of it. Now, there are different acts and legislations that exist in Nigeria which you can read as accountants to know the implications of all this on the work you do. The ICPC Act, the EFCC Act, the Code of Conduct Act, and also the Code of Corporate Governance of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Nigeria. So the EFCC is one organization I know that a lot of us have some level of trust in, although I don't know to what extent these are now. Now, for you as accountants, there are very easy ways that you can lose public trust. If an accountant becomes a liar, it erodes the confidence that even your manager has in you. Misuse of power is also very, very important. That in your own position, you don't misuse your power as an accountant. Because if you misuse your power as an accountant, it will cause distrust for you and you will lose public trust. Incompetency and complacency is also one easy way that you can lose trust. Now, the Edelman study, which I told you earlier, they have conducted this study for the past 20 years, but in the last 5 years, this is the outcome of their research on trust and the growing trends. In 2017, they discovered that rise in belief-driven buying was the subject of the trust. In 2018, the issue on trust moved to brand democracy, voting with my wallet. In 2019, what they discovered was brand trust as the top buying criteria. In 2020, the outcome of their study revealed that brands expected to solve pandemic solutions was the main focus. In 2020, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, and that time, people were interested in identifying what brands of drugs can kill COVID-19, if at all. So the outcome revealed that. And then in 2021, that's the current result. It shows trust as a new brand equity. So it's telling you how important trust is, and for you as accountants, you need to realize and know this importance so that you can carry out your work in a way that you can earn and sustain public trust in all that you do. Now, the challenges and dilemmas for the accountants. One is very common, compromise by the head of organization. Sometimes you as accountants, you don't want to compromise, but the head of the organization will insist you do something that is wrong. And you as an accountant knows that you have to stand your ground and advise him politely or advise her that this is not the right way to go. There are issues also of conflict of interest. which does occur in your workplace. You want to satisfy your individual self, or you want to satisfy the organization. So you are faced with this. Sometimes there are peer pressure from the public. Oh, you have access to this, why don't you do this, why don't you help yourself? So as accountants, you are controlling resources, you are faced with these challenges. Greed and avarice is also another challenge and dilemma that the accountants face. And this is also very, very critical in everything that we do. If you become greedy, I remember Abiola used to say that there's enough for everyone's need, but not enough for our greed. Because once greed is involved, it's in excess. Information manipulation. As keepers of financial records, we are prone to manipulating information. And sometimes informations are prepared for different users. You find that there are different financial statements for the tax office, another one prepared for the stakeholders, another one prepared for the shareholders and the rest. So these are issues that will continue to challenge you as accountants. Corruption is another very, very serious issue that you as accountants, you are faced, and the dilemma you have needs, and you want to meet all these needs, but what do you do and how do you go about it? So these are the issues of conflicts of interest. Now the effects on accounting involves criminal activities. Because if you are involved as an accountant and you are not supervised, you are not under any oversight, the level of trust that is embedded in the accountant can be abused. And if there's no oversight, it can be abused and it may even result in criminal activities. Another effect of poor accounting ethics is you on you as a person. It has personal consequences on you. When an accountant is caught, you face the shame and you don't want to be involved. Your family name is tarnished and it's responsible and it's very, very mundane and important on you that you make sure that you protect your personal integrity and your name. Your business reputation can also be soiled under poor accounting ethics. Now, the case of Arthur Anderson in the Enron deal, which most of you are probably aware, it has led to completely the vanishing and disappearance of Arthur Anderson. And I think maybe another name is coming up for that. Now, the usefulness of the financial statements when there's poor accounting ethics can be brought to question. Because each time the accounting statements are not well prepared, those statements become less and less useful. Now, what are the options for the accountants? Now, there are codes of professional ethics that guides the conduct of professional accountants. And I know the standards that you have even in the institutes are there. If any accountant is caught, is going to face a panel and will face the music. The competency level of you as an accountant is very important. So it is also one option that you have to look at and make sure that your competency is not brought to question at all. Leadership and accountability. You should take trust as a strategy. Because like I told you and I've shown you from studies carried out over time, trust is becoming very, very key and very fundamental in every organization. You must live an exemplary lifestyle. Whatever your earnings are, don't live above your income as accountants. If you live like Hush Bobby and you are earning 100,000, you know you are going to attract attention to yourself. That's very obvious. Compliance with financial guidelines, rules, and regulations is very important. That is one option there for you. Budget monitoring and evaluation, corporate governance, use of emerging technologies can help you to regulate and also make sure that the level of work that you do and the results that you produce are very, very accurate. There are so many enterprise resource planning softwares that you can deploy in your organizations. I know in the federal government they have JIRMIs, in the private sector there's SAP, there's Microsoft Dynamics and the rest, so they can help you. Now what are the qualities that safeguard trust? This is according to the Chartered Accountants of Australia and New Zealand. They said competency, very important, integrity, goodwill, accountability, consistency, honesty, data literacy, the privacy of information of your client is very important. Once your client discovers you divulge his or her financial information to other sources, you will lose the trust of that client. Transparency, the quality in the work that you do, showing care, humanity in the work that you do, and openness to change. So these are qualities that safeguard trust in you as an accountant. In conclusion, the positive effects of professional accountants in the economy is 3 times more strongly linked with lower corruption compared with individuals identifying as accountants but who may not have professional qualifications. An issue for the profession is that in many countries, a significant number of accountants are not members of professional organizations. They will therefore not be monitored in relation to the quality of their work and will not be required to adhere to the code of ethics of professional accountants. Because there are so many people out there who carry out accounting duties but they are not accountants, and you cannot hold them liable as a professional body or to deal with them where they are. The term professional enabler is most often misused to describe someone who is not necessarily professional but who has in some way helped the economic crimes succeed, such as tax evasion, fraud, and money laundering. We argue that the action or inactions of these enablers are anything but professional, but accountants are nonetheless often included in the above category, along with lawyers, bankers, and estate agents. That said, a recent study of citizens in G20 countries revealed that accountants are trusted when it comes to tax, and this is very, very key. Once anybody has a tax issue, you know the next thing you want to call your accountant to advise you on tax. Whether how you can possibly make sure that you optimize the opportunity of your taxation. Now, what about the public perception of the accountants when it comes to corruption more generally? Are accountants perceived as a force for good or the professional enablers? If the latter, is that a fair assessment? And what can accountants do about it? And what might be the public think about accountants when it comes to corruption? Now, this is where your reputation as accountants counts. You need to earn and sustain the public trust in you. Thank you very much.
The general session now. You're welcome.
Oh, you have to do it.
Thank you, Dr. Sani, for the excellent presentation. And when we are really getting behind the schedule, I will not talk much on this presentation. I think it's very clear. But I would want the discussants to focus on 1 or 2 issues. I'm highly interested in the role of technology in enhancing transparency in establishments, whether private sector or public sector. And I would also want us to talk about the OGP, that is the Open Governance Partnership that Nigeria has been a member since 1916. I'm aware to try open governance partnerships towards e-beneficial ownerships, e-budgets, e-procurements, e-expenditure management, e-payments, and so on and so forth. So how accountants come in to ensure that the OTP progresses in the country. Do you have any new ideas on corruption, fighting corruption in the country? We have so many ideas, but can you suggest if you have new ideas? Thank you very much. The first discussant, please come in and take your position. Professor Michael Adebayo Ayeni, please you can come and take 10 minutes to discuss this very good presentation.
The immediate past president of ANAN, Professor Akaro, the first vice president, the past presidents, past council members here present, the vice chancellor of ANAN University, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I say good morning all. Well, my presentation actually will dwell mainly on the practitioners because the practitioners are the window by which all professional associations are measured. And when we talk about public trust, who are those people that actually hold the public trust on behalf of the accountant and for the public? These are the practitioners. Now, my paper. The concept of public trust includes the belief that some individuals in society are privileged to have practice rights and title with the expectation that they will hold the interests of the society above personal interests. Accountant professes to act in the public interest by preparing true and fair view reports of transactions of the entity that they audit. Now, when we look at public trust, according to the AP Forest professionals, they say a trust is something that is very hard to earn and very, very easy to lose. And that is public trust. Now, like I said, professionals are trusted for various reasons, based on their personalities, their credentials, their uniforms, or the professional group to which they belong. For instance, when we talk about trust, now the perception of trust is that trust could be based on credential or the certificate you hold. For instance, if you profess to be an accountant, those that move around you that are very close to you, they want to trust you because you're an accountant. And you believe that accountants are always very credible. There are people that will be trusted. There are people that will be giving their money, their assets, and then go to sleep. Some people could be trusted because of their uniform. For instance, if there's a crisis out there, and you suddenly see a soldier coming, now the tendency is there for you to run to that soldier, because you can trust him that he will be able to protect you. So trust actually are based on different parameters. For instance, when a wife and a husband are together, for instance, the trust will be based on that mutual belief that this is my husband. He will not allow any evil to happen to me as long as he is around. Trust, therefore, are based on different parameters, depending on where you are coming from and how you are looking at it and where you are looking at it from. Honesty, integrity, rectitude, dependability, confidentiality trustworthiness should be the brand behavioral pattern of accountants. Covetousness, ostentatious life must be eschewed to avoid the temptation of taking untoward actions that will taint the reputation of the profession. Now, wearing unbranded and cheap clean clothes does not mean that you are poor. Remember, you have a family to feed and not a community to impress. Now, why am I saying this? Accountants sometimes want to behave like politicians. We know how the politicians behave. You see politicians, you know one. And when you see an accountant, you're supposed to know one because accountants are very, very moderate in whatever they do. But politicians, you see them, they want to put on a very big apparel, expensive apparel, so as to impress. But we accountants, we do not have to impress. All we need to do, like we even teach in the college, is make sure that you are clean. Put on a very moderate but clean cloth because you don't have the entire world to impress. You only have your family to feed. And the moment you want to do untoward things, maybe misbehaving, taking jobs that we are not supposed to take, it means that you now be looking for money that you are not supposed to be looking for because you want to put on a lot of very expensive garments. Now let me go to IFAC. The classification of IFAC is that there are two branches of accountants. We have the accountants in business and we have the accountants in practice. Now to earn public trust, the accountants in business do not necessarily need to earn public trust. The trust they need to actually progress in their career is based on the trust the organization reposes on them. Take for instance, if I'm working Dangote and I have a managing director at the top. Now, if I really want to earn his trust, I must begin to pattern. I must do his will, just like the lead presenter said. And the moment I do his will, I carry out what he says I should carry out, definitely I will earn his trust. And then my progression will be very certain. But that is not the focus of the accountants we are talking about here. We are talking about the accountants in practice because these are the people that actually hold the trust that the public is looking for. For instance, you prepare an account, they take the accountant to the market. The account to the market. It doesn't want even more than the paper in which the figures were put of what essence this is. So when we are talking about the trust for the accountants, we are looking at the accountants in practice. The issue of confidentiality is very, very crucial. For instance, you are an accountant in practice. A client comes in, a prospective client comes in, and by the time he or she is waiting at the lobby, he had you discussing about a confidential information that you were able to actually get as a result of your relationship between that client. Now, immediately, you will lose that trust because confidentiality is very key to professionals. And the moment that client comes in and hears you discussing about another client, the issue of another client, in fact, he will lose that trust almost immediately because he will believe that, well, if this person can be saying this, why the client was not around? What if another guy got non-private information to him? What will he do with that information? It means that he would have got that information to somebody else. Then, in that way, the accountant will have lost the trust that the public is looking for. Now, the group that the public is actually looking for, like I said, are the accountants in practice, not the accountants that are working in organizations that I refer to as accountants in business. Now, the purpose of imposing, naturally we have sanctions. And I want to talk just briefly about why the trust is being lost. Those accounting professions, that is the PAO that belong to IFAC, which are the recognized ones, they usually sign what called SMO, and there are 7 of them. Now, these SMOs are what we call statement of membership obligation. Before you are admitted by IFAC, you must have actually assented to those conditions. But what is actually lacking is the implementation of those conditions, and that is how we are having a problem. Now, the POs find it very difficult to discipline their members, that is, their practitioners. And if these practitioners are not disciplined, then how do you expect them to actually earn public trust? Because public trust is based on the credibility, the honesty of the information they actually presented to the public about an organization. And when you are now presenting an information that is not credible, how do you expect to earn a public trust? Now, discipline and sanctions are very important, and until the PAOs begin to actually implement a fire and fury type of sanction to professionals, we might not be able to earn that public trust. If you look at Asia and then the other countries, why is it that they don't have all this constant and consistent drug pushing and all this? It is because of the fire and fury sanction, because everybody knows that if you take any drug to any Arab nation or to the Asian country and you are caught, the sanction is either you are killed or you are maimed or something. Nobody wants to dare it. But in other countries, they dare it because they know the sanctions are not there. So if the practitioners are very aware that the sanctions are waiting for them, I'm very sure that all this, preparing any type of accounts and all that will not be there. Then another thing that I'm proposing is that there should be what we call of shame. I call it call of shame. Now, if you remember the error case, now nobody actually remember or ever remember that there were accountants in business, in error. All they believed was the auditor. And they were all looking at the auditor. Nobody ever cared or remember that there were accountants in business there. So it is the accountant in practice, that is the practitioners, that actually hold the trust for the public. And these people should be sanctioned every time they misbehave. But what I'm proposing here is that not only the accountants should be sanctioned, even the PAOs. Because if the PAOs were doing their job, sanctioning the people that are supposed to be sanctioned, then the PAO, the auditors will be very careful and appealing. And I'm saying that even IFAC should stand up to implement a sanction on the PAOs. If, for instance, I'm ACCA person and I've committed an infraction, then severally, it means that PAO to which I belong is not doing its job. Because if that PAO is doing its job, looking, kind of the quality review process as at one team, that means that I will not misbehave the way people are misbehaving now. So what I'm proposing here is that the PAO equally should be held responsible or held liable for the infractions of their practitioners. Not only the practitioners that should be sanctioned, even the PAOs must be visited with a fire and fury kind of a sanction, so that they too will be able to do what they're supposed to be doing, because they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. PAO equally should be sanctioned. Now, let me conclude. Like I said, the accountants must be very, very great and careful about the way they present themselves in the public, even if they want to be seen as wearing very flamboyant dresses and all that. But I've said what is important is clean clothes, not the flamboyancy that they are actually showing to the public. Now, I'm concluding with the 3 wishes of Alexander the Great. When Alexander the Great wanted to die, he was on the sick bed. He called his lieutenants and told them that I have 3 wishes, and I want you to please promise me that you are going to carry out these 3 wishes. They promised him that they were going to carry the wishes out. They asked him to tell them what the wishes were. And he said, I desire that when my coffin is being carried to the grave, the path leading to the graveyard be filled with the work that are collected. The king, and then my physician alone must carry my coffin. And the last, which is the third one. My third and the last wish is that both my hands must be kept hanging. And they asked him, what is the meaning of all this radio? He said in the first instance, why his physician must carry his coffin is for him to know that when death call him, that no physician can face death, that it's only God that can prevent death from coming. Then the second wish, he said, I've spent all my life gathering words here and there. I want people, when I'm dead, all my words should be sprayed on the road leading to my graveyard. And he said the meaning is that so that people will realize that wealth is nothing but dust. He now said the last, which is the third one, was that whenever they want to put him in the coffin, they must put his hands like this. His hand will be hanging outside. They asked him, what is the meaning of this? He said, so that people will know that he came to this world to acquire so much wealth, but that he is now going with nothing. What am I therefore saying? Finally, in the words of Aristotle, there is only one way to avoid criticism. Do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. And the advocacy mantra of this government is that when you see something, you must say something. And what I'm saying now is the PAO should be brought into the disciplinary circle of IFAD. If IFAD refuses to discipline PAOs, we will continue to see practitioners doing whatever they like because they believe that the people they are PAO will not even discipline them. But if the PAOs are being disciplined by IFAD, definitely the practitioners will actually do what they are supposed to be doing and they will cut their vote according to their size. Thank you all and God bless you.
The first vice, our past president, let me stand on existing protocol because of that. I'm fine. And here to discuss this work, this subtitle, Earning and Sustaining Public Trust, the Accountant Challenges and Options. I'll be given 10 minutes. Maybe I will use the first 2 minutes to talk about what our paper presenter presented, where I use others to bring in my own thoughts into it. So our paper presenter described accountants as gatekeepers for legitimate financial system, although he was quoting. And I'm saying I will add, if accountants are gatekeepers, then public earnings should be the gateway. So, what I will be emphasizing by the time I start bringing in my thoughts are the different ways we can prevent public earnings from being distorted, because that is the gateway. That is what people look at to come in. Investors want to know our earnings. Shareholders are interested in what the earnings will transform to. Of course, it will go into their dividend and the residual value of their investments. The government wants their tax. They want to compute tax liability. So it is earning. All these are the public who must trust us to be able to use the figures we bring out or we examine and stamp okay to work on. So our presenter gave different concepts of trust, fiduciary, mutual, social, and also the different modes. Said 3 modes: characteristic based, process based, an institutional-based trust. I want to say that as going into institutional-based, or we are talking of our profession, how can we get the trust? So we are doing it collective. It should be a collective effort. It concluded by strongly linking the positive effects of professional accountants in the economy with lower corruption. I agree with you. But I disagree. No, I did not fully agree. I think it's better that way. With your definition of accountant, professional accountant, as bookkeeper. You mentioned it, but I said I will raise it. Accountants are not just bookkeeper. Bookkeeping is the first phase of accounting. Is the recording phase. Anyone can do it. You can have a sales guy. So right, no, let me call it sales boy, because the man will say sales guy. When it comes to good men, they will say businessmen. The sales boy will record, and anyone can do that. It's the first process, but it's not the main accounting. So I disagree with you that way. Apart from that, excellent presentation. Thank you for that. Let me not come to mine. I want to chip in this. What is, we said we are talking of earnings. I want to look at what are the things that distort public earnings, because once we can protect it, then we earn the public trust. As you can see, accounting profession provides services of immense value and benefit to the public. Through the services, we make financial statements user. We make financial statements users who need this information for different purposes. So, accountants need to be trusted. Accountants need to be trusted to provide this value. The value and trust go hand in hand. We know that we have so many accountants, and we are saying that there are millions of accountants in the world. The action of a handful can tarnish the credibility and reputation of the profession. And that is why we should tackle it as the profession, not individually. This is evidenced by continued financial crisis, corporate failures, cost-cutting exercises, acquisitions and unethical and unprofessional practices. These factors and other factors endanger the needed trust in accounting activities. And because CEOs, directors, know the importance of earnings, that it can shape them, many firms have learned to manage their earnings in order to achieve a particular purpose. These practices affect the quality of earnings and has led to the collapse of many corporate organizations. Earnings management refers to management's routine use of non-fraudulent accounting and economic discretion. It occurs when managers use judgments in financial reporting to alter financial reports in order to mislead some stakeholders about the underlying economic performance of their companies. We should note that earnings management can take place without necessarily violating accounting rules. And that is what brings us to the difference between earnings management and earnings manipulations. When it comes to manipulations, it will normally violate accounting rules, trying to mistake the figures there. And earnings manipulation is what we tag fraud. But we say whether you are managing or you are manipulating, that all of them are trying to reshape the figure that people are looking out for to be able to make economic decisions. So whether fraudulent or non-fraudulent, we are saying the practice of involving in any of the two is not okay, because when earnings management, moreover, companies that are involved in earnings management have the possibility of turning to earnings manipulations. That is fraud. When they have used up all avenues to manage their earnings without achieving their aims. If not for that, you can give examples of earnings management. Using discretion, you have your accounting policy, the standard will tell you, you can use this, you can use this, then you use it to manipulate. If you use this, for instance, IFRS 2 recommend FIFO and weighted average stock valuation. You compute, if you want to make the profit high, after computing both, you know the one that will give you less figure or more, and target rate. That is exactly how we use without violating, because even if you do that, you don't violate, because the standard has given choices that can use this. That is why we say we should prevent ourselves from being involved in this, because everything is tending towards reshaping these earnings that we are there to guide against for the public. Now, because of the pervasive nature of earnings management, people call them different names. We can see earnings smoothing, financial statement fraud, aggressive accounting, juggling or cooking the books, creative accounting, window dressing. All these things that manipulations have occurred. The discovery should be adequately reported. Now we'll go to public trust. The extent to which public have confidence in something. In this case, public trust represents the degree of confidence that users of financial statements have in the services provided by the accounting profession. What do we do to earn public trust? Very simple. Our commandments have been given. We have our code of ethics, professional code of ethics, very well spelled out. When we follow it, adhere to it, then we will win public trust. What? Integrity. We know what integrity is. This requires a professional accountant to be honest inference or undue influence that may impair judgment, professional competence, and due care. Very important, because if you are not competent and you are external auditor, when you go there, you see, you will not even see it. Those things will be parked there. You can't even be able to identify the red flags, the indicator that something is wrong, and you need to go deeply to find out. So we say, this requires that professional accountants should acquire required education, knowledge, and skill. It implies also that an accountant should update himself through education, workshop, and training to develop capacity to enable him perform competently within the professional environment. We say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So when you get there and you are packed with books, look, you can't find out where the earnings management are. You are to be blamed because you are indirectly being involved in the management. So we should equip ourselves with competency while going for a professional duty. Now, how trusted are accountants? The presenter talked about this, and then the two of us, we saw it, I saw it. I tried to look at a situation in Nigeria. I couldn't find any. You mentioned that of New Zealand and Australia. I have it too. That the accountant came fifth after doctors, engineers, teachers, after police. After police. So strange. Anyway, it depends on how the police works. Then we have the justice, lawyer, after accountant. Then the top reasons, if you go further to that document, I try to look at the reasons why accountants got there. The top reason for the respondent to lose trust in accountant was due to the professional being dishonest, behaving unethically, or failing to protect private data, meaning going against the ethics of the profession. These are part of the ethics of the profession. Then I looked at it and said, wow. In another study by ACCA, about 70% of the respondents agreed that accountants should be blamed for the global financial crisis. They accuse accounting profession of being responsible for excessive corporate cost cutting, tax avoidance by companies, and public distrust in business behavior. More than 50% of the respondents agree that accountants only work to protect their personal interests and that of their friends rather than public interests. These findings, the findings of these studies, highlight the need to urgently bolster the standing of accounting profession in the society. So you can see, I didn't see any work. And because of this, I have a challenge. I have redesigned the topic, waiting for my next PG student to approach me for project approval. We are going to look at it and do it within Nigeria. Let's see what people say we are. We need to look at people to assess us. If we ask accountants, how are we doing? We say level. If suitable safeguard cannot be used, a more drastic action will be needed to respond. Then, let me conclude by saying, if I ask a question now, what is the level of corruption in Nigeria? Everyone will say very high. Then I will ask another question. Does this corruption happen in the space? No. It happens in organizations, whether public or private sector. They happen in different organizations. And these organizations, we have accountants. Either internal accountants, internal auditor, external accountant. Then who is to be blamed? Please, let us respond to this and think back the image of our accounting profession. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Thomas, for the brilliant discussion. And I've noted in particular your exposition on leakages in professional practice of the accountant. And I hope to discuss this further in the open discussion session. And I also still want us to focus on the role of technology in improving transparency. And if we have new ideas on fighting corruption in the country, since it's a major concern to everybody. And there's another thing that was discussed efficiently by the first presenter, Dr. Sani, how best to deal with the compromise by the head of an organization. All of us work in organizations, how do you handle such compromises? So please, I want us to limit our discussions to some of these issues, since we don't have much time. We have how many minutes? How many minutes? 10 minutes for open discussion. So this 10 minutes, you give us how many? 5? 2 minutes each, 5. Then the presenter will also have another 5 minutes to round up. Thank you so much.
Distinguished professionals, a very warm round of applause for our very eminent intellectuals. Welcome us to very vibrant discussions on this very genuine topic. At this point in time, we'll be welcoming questions from the members of the audience. Please indicate by raise your hand if you are interested in having a question. Already I can see some hands. Yes. We have the first person who is asking a question, a woman. Woman is here represented.
Thank you. What were those who are in the branch? Let me just go straight.
Don't get too close, come on.
Thank you, presenters, for this wonderful presentation. Two things. One, I would like this type of topic next time to be the first to be discussed on the opening ceremony day, where we have our politicians, our heads, our MDs, and everyone here. Because this is a very crucial thing we're talking about. Any and sustained public trust, I think, is the major, I don't know how to put it, it's a major topic, and it has to come first. When they are all here, because I've looked at this area, all of them that were here, recognizing, clapping, and all that, some of them are here, because one of the presenters actually said, when politicians and all that, when you look at the slides and read this program, you really understand what I mean. So it's to the organizers of this program, please, next time, let this type of thing be the first to be discussed here. When we have all our MDs and everyone, again will go. Change begins with me. We are saying all these things here. Tomorrow, one of us will sit on that seat. I happen to work in an organization, I went to the current one, and I noticed one thing. When you are in a particular place, you stay there for like years. You continue to stay there. They don't change, they don't rotate or that kind of thing. It will never stop corruption. Why? Because if you keep staying there, your brother is maybe the governor or whatever, and you are there, you have your accountant as your sister, you have that one as your mother's brother and all those kind of things. You stay in a particular place where your contract paper comes to. It will not change. Move it around, sorry. You have to rotate people, not to work in a particular place. For long, you don't change. We need to change, move them. Because what I'm saying is, if you move somebody, by the time you move to another place, another person is coming, another person, you don't even know that one that is there. Before you even think of him or they have to change. They have been posted to another place and all that. Please, let's put this way. Let's put it down. It's a very, very good thing. I will take these corrections now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go into the next person. Man, this time.
Thank you for this discussion. I really enjoyed it. And then, as my sister said, we are the accountants here, and then we are not made decision at times. And then in my organization, I do call the accountants general messengers. Now, this topic, we have our challenges here, and then all the challenges we can overcome them. That's one. That is compromise from the head of the organization. Now, if the head of the organization is a bit fraudulent, and then they have the accountant to do something, I want to ask a question. How can an accountant stand on his feet and do something contrary to that? And also, I want to link this one with intimidation threats. Because if you refuse to do it, something may happen. Now, I want to start an example. 10 years ago, I was in an organization, and then they asked me to come and present in the board. And I said I want to go through the records. But then I did that. I saw that they were just 10 million. And I said I cannot do it. And then at the end of the day, we called the auditor, and then we did all those things. At the end of the day, what happened that I was being trained about. People were training me because I refused to do it. And then I left the company. I went to another place, and then they said we should manipulate before accounting creative is paramount to accountants. Because the head of the organization will ask you to present a report in a befitting manner. If you refuse to do it, there will be another problem. But we have all these options of professional competency, integrity, confidentiality, and all that. We get there. But by the time we have something like this, they say that you should go and put this thing in the financial statement, you refuse to do it. They will tell you that your job is on the line, and then we know what is happening in the country. Are we to lose our job or to comply with what I say? Now, I encounter a problem like that. They say I should create the account, I will not create it. I need to send to the board. By the time I send to the board, by the time I send to them, you know what happened? They brought another person, but then the other person, they went to our gas rates. And then they said to me, if I put my name, they will send me away. So, how can we do to do this? Because this is theoretical. I want to come practically. That how can we afford that in a practical
Comment
sense?
operations.
Another thing, one time I went to somewhere, they collided with my brother, and then I discovered that they did something wrong. And then I said, I will not pay this money. I refused to pay. And then they reported me to the board, and I went to the board. They did not allow me to talk to the board, to tell them what they do. And then I wanted to talk to the board, said I don't say anything. I told me I should do them to corrupt the company. They said, no. But they did not allow me to say it because the head is corrupt. If the head is corrupt, what the accountant will do in a practical sense, this is the church. But also, how can we afford that? You know, it's not to resign and go to the public and do it on letter. What do we need to do? What do we need to do practically? God bless you.
Thank you so much. The questions still coming, and that is why we have a conference to confirm and to consult.
The chairman permit me to start on the existing protocol. My name is Hassan Usman Limani, 7943. Good morning, everyone. My
observation, equally a request. I would like to start by giving instances, in addition to what the last speaker said. Yes, we are vulnerable to many risks, but if you can see, we are not compensated in any way. Accountants are vulnerable to risks. Risks of hazard, risks of whatever, risks of intimidation, as we have said, but we are not compensated. Look at doctors, because they have to consult a patient, they are giving hazard risks. Also, we are vulnerable to hazards. We are not giving anything. The risk involved in our job is more than even that of the doctors. You will be in the office, they will say, accountant, look at you, look at millions. So people will follow you to your house, telling you about millions. You don't have a cover in your house. They are expecting you to do that. You don't have any risk allowance to that. So I would like to contribute, or I would like to suggest, if we can make a move and make a request, special request, risk allowance to accountants, please, I would like to.
Next one.
And again, I want to ask what you are saying. Precisely, if we are not helping ourselves, precisely if they know that you have integrity, you have money, they will tend to frustrate you in your office. I'm a victim. I'm a deputy bossa for over 7 years now. Still a deputy bossa. Because they know you have integrity, they know you will not compare to some corrupt act, they try to frustrate you. They will even bring an accountant from an organization that is not even related to yours to come and help you. Please, how do you think I will cooperate with that organization? We are not helping ourselves. If I'm a bosser or I'm a deputy bosser, giving a challenge, I will be part of management and say, no, it's not the right thing. Please, this is my officer. You're not supposed to come and impose it on me. If we can help ourselves, I think we will be good for each other. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Networking continues.
Yeah, this wing. Shift.
My name is Dr. Paul. Yes.
What do you hear?
The paper the prof has given is thought-provoking. But the problem is to say it's good, but do it. When we are fighting corruption, corruption is embedded in us, institutionally and otherwise. One of the ways is that a situation you find a chartered firm auditing an organization for more than 20 years. And today I have challenged for some, our past president, and for all the members, the president and chairman of council, they should be accompanied to the federal government. That they should maintain, it has always been there, but it is never. The number of years a particular firm can audit an institution. I know of a university, from inception, one firm has been auditing it for over 30 years. How do you detect corruption? Like what my sister just said. So there is need that what A cannot see, B should see it. And if B has compromised, A will be able to accomplish. Emphasizing the duration of an accountant, a firm, to be audited by a particular firm. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question at this point in time. I wanted to still talk on the issue of this transparency. We are always been agitating on the issue of transparency in our organizations. Because most of the organization, they are not employed service or professional accountant. I can say that maybe they are employed service of accountant. Not only by common accountant, most of the accountants, they are very professional. So how can we come to the issue of this transparency go forward? by the panel of discussants.
Sorry, I didn't get the last speaker very well. I don't know if there's another microphone.
Stop.
Okay, while we wait, I think more of the issues are comments rather than questions. But maybe I would like to respond to some of the comments also to share my own view on this. Somebody commented that this topic, earning and sustaining public trust, should be the main theme for probably next year's conference because of the strategic importance. Well, that's for the organizers to decide. But I think it's to appreciate the importance of public trust in the profession that we all practice as accountants. Somebody talked about job rotation. I agree with you absolutely. There should be job rotation. Some people have been on one job for a very, very long time, such that they have become institutions in themselves. In fact, if that person is not there, nothing moves in that organization, particularly for the accounting departments. So it's very important, yes, that you practice, but sometimes you are limited because you need to get people who have the competence to also do other jobs. And also when you look at the size of some organizations, they cannot afford too many people. Even job segregation hardly exists in some organizations. You find somebody doing accounts payable and also doing accounts receivable. I mean, which completely negates the principles of segregation of duties. So there are a lot of factors, but where you have sufficient and competent people to do the job, I absolutely agree with you, it's good to do job rotation. At least it also exposes you to other areas of the job, and then it brings other people to learn what is happening on other sides of the job. I think there's another comment on how accountants can maintain their integrity. Yes. Professor Ogo said that. He said intimidation. To the extent that you feel threatened. Of course, that is the truth. And that is why you must, and that is why, first of all, you must decide whether you are going to be flippant or whether you are going to maintain a particular position and contain and maintain your integrity as a person. You have to decide. If you want to move as the tides comes, I can assure you that there's a saying that it says, what stands firm and what stands forever is the truth. Truth is constant. And if you, as an accountant, maintain that integrity, if you politely advise your head or your boss against doing something that is wrong or that is unethical, and he still insists on doing it, one thing is that you can go with your integrity, or the other is that you soil your hands and you say, well, if you can't beat them, join them. But I think for you, maintaining your integrity, and once the world knows you are a person of integrity, even if you lose your job in one place, I can assure you, you will get many other jobs because you have something to show for it. Yes, this is very true. Now, in the risk associated with the accounting work, yes, when you are an accountant, you are exposed to so many risks. Even the money that you keep, sometimes when you make payments, and because you are the recipient of the bank alert, since you are the accountant in the organization, once there's a withdrawal of 100 million, and you receive an alert, bam, 100 million debited from an account. God forbid you fall into the hands of abductors or kidnappers, and they see an alert of 100 million, they say, this one has money, this one is very rich. So you are exposed to a lot of risks. That's true. I don't know who can fight for that. Maybe it's something that we can throw to ANAN to fight for risk allowance for accountants. But or hazard allowance for accountants. So I like that. And she went further to say that as accountants, we must love one another. And there's a spirit of camaraderie in the military profession. If you see them, they love themselves very, very well. But honestly, I must admit that sometimes the position you are occupying as an accountant is an envy of somebody. Somebody wants to get into that same seat. So the person does not mind to throw banana peels on their part, if possible, so that you can sleep over and then the person will now be in that position. But I think it's a good admonition and advocacy for us as accountants that we must love ourselves. And I think I agree with that. That's very, very good for the profession, also in the spirit of caring. Sometimes accounting firms stay for too long in one organization. That's one of the comments. I don't know why that happens. Maybe we have to go and enact an amendment in maybe the Companies and Allied Matters Act to make sure that we limit the number of years that an organization can remain. But I don't think that's the practice the world over. But in principles, yes. You can say that maybe after staying for some time, 5 years is good or it's time enough. But you know, there are also principles of changing accountants in an organization. So you have to also respect that. You must find the reason why you want to change the accountant. What are the reasons, and you must disclose that to the next audit firm that is coming to take over the accounts of the organization. So it's very important, yes, maybe sometimes, but I don't think staying too long, would definitely make an organization tend to compromise because it doesn't want to lose that account. And there are so many things, even in the management reports, that, you know, might be watered down in a way that it may not carry weight. I think the question from the last person says, system of transparency. Okay, it's talking about the issue of transparency. Yes, it's related very closely to the issue of integrity. But I tell you, there is something, if you look at the reports that I shared with you, particularly the studies by Edelman Trust, it is telling you that trust is becoming a very critical issue, and it's from Professor Ayeni has said it. It's very hard to earn trust, but very easy to also lose it. Trust is very key. All the reports and studies that have been carried out in the past 20 years by Edelman Institute is showing the level of importance attached to this. I've been involved in human resource profession in the last 5 years. And I tell you, today, the issue of integrity is very critical for us as employers of level when we are looking at people we want to employ in our organization, particularly in that particular group where I work. We make a lot of cross-references and a lot of checks on people that we want to recruit when we're employing them. And if, peradventure, we discover that you are a person of integrity, we very much love to bring you into the organization because we feel that the assets of the organization will be guaranteed and secured. And it's a very critical issue that we find that's a hard commodity when you interview people. And that's why I was saying this, I said, look, stand firm. You may lose one job, but there's another big job that will be waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let me just say one or two things. The comments that we receive are very germane to what we are discussing. But the issue is actually professional ethics. If you're a professional person, especially as an accountant, there is no way by which you never have threats, either intimidation threats, self-review threats, and so on and so forth. But I want to say that if your boss, for instance, says, pay X amount of money, and you know that that X amount of money is not supposed to be paid, and for that purpose, yes, we know you stand the chance of probably losing your job. I think there is something you can do. One is to ensure that since the instruction is given to you is a kind of an untoward instruction, you may ask him to sign an undertaking for you. For instance, to ask me to pay 1 million naira. And I know that 1 million naira is over and above my right. Now I can ask you to give me an instruction, sir. I want you to please officially instruct me that I should pay this money. Now the moment he commits that instruction into writing, you keep it in your own personal document or your personal file. If peradventure a day or years after there is an inquiry, you have something to rely on as a protection for you. But I think where such things happen are organizations that do not have good corporate governance. If there is a good corporate governance in existence, I wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen. And I think that is what the National Reporting Council is actually working on and are trying to entrench, that most of these organizations should have corporate governance. If there is a corporate governance, I don't believe that such a thing will still happen. And if it is happening, the chairman is here, I want to recommend that maybe if somebody at the top now discover that there is a breach of a corporate governance, they should have the latitude to report directly to the National Reporting Council. At least let it be on the record that this report has come to us, and if there is anything they can do, let them do it. And like I said, I still believe that most of us belong to a PAO, and our own PAO is ANAN. We have some people that belong to another PAO, which is ICAM. And all over the world, all accountants belong to one PAO or the other. I'm still saying that the moment IFAC is able to begin to sanction PAOs whose either practicing firm members are doing untoward things, all these things may be reduced. Or if not, it should definitely be reduced, because if I know that when my members are committing infractions, left and right and center, there is somebody at the apex there that will see, discipline me, then I will extend that disciplinary action down to the bottom. I will extend that disciplinary action down to the bottom. In other words, if I could be sanctioned, because there are about 6 sanctions that, IFAC actually allows PAOs to implement. You can, withdraw certificates, you can discipline, you can levy a cost on them, you can sanction them, you can do so many things, for the accountants under you. The moment you begin to do that, you withdraw certificates, even if you are not an accountant in practice, if you are an accountant in business, the moment you are reported that this is a thing that you do or towards thing, then the PO should be in a position to withdraw that person's certificate, not licensed now, because licenses are for practitioners. Withdraw their certificate so that at the end of the day, or even publicize it if it is possible, because you have that right to do that until we begin to actually give this fury sanctions on people who will not sit right. If you are an accountant and you are a bosser, you may ask to do a thing. You have a network, you have somebody at the top. You have always people at the top that you can report to. If those people are doing the same thing, then there should be a way to report to the National Reporting Council. I think that will actually save all these untoward actions that are going around. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not repeat what others have said. I will just conclude by saying that our theme of the conference is strategic options for economic recovery, role of accountants. Economic recovery will be achieved if everybody tries to drive it. We are talking of what accountants will do to contribute to this economic recovery. Somebody said we are talking theory. Yes, it's just like when you give 10 commandments, you say it's theory. You may decide to follow it or not. If you like, you follow it. If you don't like, you don't follow it. That is our commandment, our fundamental principle, which we must do. Yes, addressing the issues of threats depends on the way you can attack it or just follow it. But if we want Nigerians to be good and we recover, somebody was saying the politicians are not there. I'm not even talking about politicians. We are talking to ourselves. This is accountants. If we can do our own, and that was why I said it is institutional-based trust. That is what we'll be talking. You cannot fight it alone. If an accountant is on this table, probably did not do what the CEO wanted and was dismissed. And we have agreed here that we will follow our code of ethics. Another one comes in, said no, our profession doesn't permit it. The third person comes, same thing. Don't you know that the CEO will sit up and say, these people, don't play with them. Do it right. And it starts from individuals. And it's going to be a collective effort towards the recovery and the recovery of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ifeoma Oku. I just wish to invite. Okay. At this point in time, we have gotten to the end of the first paper for today, which is the fourth session. I wish to humbly invite the first Vice President of ANAN, Dr. James Ikea, the Leminable FCNA, to present the souvenir gifts from ANAN to our discussants. Please, the souvenir gifts, please.
Wait, pause that, I want to move.
For the beautiful work you have done this morning and to our session, we appreciate you. And on behalf of Mr. President, Council of ANAN, and its members, this is our dear gift to you for the beautiful work done. Congratulations, man. Yes, sir. On behalf of Mr. President and ANAN, this is our humble gift to your efforts in rebranding ANAN. We appreciate you, sir. Thanks. Professor, our dear Professor, you've been on this job all the time, and we appreciate you. On behalf of Mr. President, congratulations, sir. Professor Opo, I truly want to appreciate that Professor Opo is the Vice Chairman of Examinations and Conference Marking Committee, where my Opo is the Chairman. On behalf of Mr. President and
members of ANAN, this present is for your erudite presentation this morning. Congratulations. My dear colleagues, members of ANAN, I have a good message for you from Mr. President. When I came in, not to stop the presentation that was on, Mr. President had asked me to tell our members that, well, of course, ANAN members, professional accountants, are crisis managers. That yesterday we had a little crisis, and ordinarily, under a crisis position, our professional members would have been asked to provide solutions. That yesterday when we were giving our bags, conference bags, at the moment, then we ran short of bags. So some persons were not fortunate to be given bags. Immediately, we placed order from Lagos, from our Lagos store, to bring bags here. So he has asked me to tell you, those who do not have bags should not in any way worry, because bags will arrive in no short time. And even if they do not come immediately, because while the bus conveying the bags was coming on the way, it had challenges. So it's possible the bags may not be here or even tomorrow. That we are sure to send it to your branch chairman before the first week after we leave here finishes. So we should be expecting those who don't have bags, just give your name, give your contact, and it will get to your branch chairman. That is the message Mr. President asked me to give you. And that when he comes, because of the seriousness of the problem, himself will apologize again. Please bear with us. It's a moment of crisis management. Actually, the match we brought here, of course, we wanted crowd. We saw crowd, and we still want it. But we have bags, which will go around. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a very warm round of applause for the first Vice President of ANAN, Dr. James Ikirari, the Venerable SCME. And this one I wish to welcome the second Vice President of ANAN and Chairman of Conference.
Good morning, my colleagues. I also stand here to convey a message from the President to us. We all know that COVID-19 is a real, and Mr. President deemed it necessary to make arrangements for us to be vaccinated. At the entrance there, a table is set for that purpose, for us to have our vaccination. Thank you.
Is it compulsory? Is it compulsory? No.
I can hear from the background, people are asking questions whether it is compulsory. It is not. Those who are willing to have can have. If you are not willing, it's your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. At this point in time, there is an announcement we want to make now. Someone lost his briefcase, and there is a glasses on the briefcase. If you want to identify it, please, if you find any briefcase, please kindly return to the stage here, please. At this point in time, we're going to at this time. Please, the case ready.
Good morning, everybody. I plead to stand on existing protocols. My name is Jolas Taiwan. I'm representing Caseway here this morning, and we'll be talking about the importance of automation of financial professionals. So why automation? As financial professionals, I've been listening to all the sessions that have been happening all day about public trust and so on and so forth. The good thing about it is part of the ways with which we can gain public trust is by going automated. How can my application feed directly into the company-wide application where my information cannot be tweaked? So as financial professionals, what are the reasons why we need to be automated? One, because of the kind of jobs that we do, we all need to be efficient and effective on our operations. We know as financial professionals, either as for business or as auditors, at the end of the month, we always prepare our financial statement, our management reports. So at the end of the month, if you want to know an accountant, when you call him at the end of the month, he'll tell you he's busy because there's no time for him or her to do any other thing. Hence, we need to be automated. Secondly, before now, people think accountants are just majorly figures. But our role as accountants has changed. Now, we carry out data analysis. What are the reasons why we need to carry out a particular function? To give organizations the reason to do some other things. Then also, our pace of work is getting faster. The amount of transactions that we work on is getting faster. Then the amount of processing that we do. Then in terms of collaboration, nobody knew that COVID-19 would come. And because of that, our jobs are not stopped. Now we hear about working remotely, you have hybrid, you have working from home. But doing all of those, does that stop us from carrying out our duties as accountants? Also, because of the pandemic, like I said, so all of this we have looked at that as an organization, automation has come to stay, and what we have been doing to help organizations grow. So as an accountant or financial professionals, the things that we need to do is first and foremost, if you enter an auditor's office or an accountant office, the first thing you will see is lots of files. As the world is progressing, as accountants and auditors, we need to start doing paperless. We need to carry out our work electronically. We need to, because of the kind of work we do, data validation, consistency and control, we need to be efficient in our work such that we can use one spoon to kill several birds. I prepare my monthly accounts, I prepare interim accounts, I carry out management reports and so on and so forth. And of very, very importance is compliance. Each of us, from whatever organization we work for, we can either be compliant based on IPSAS, IFRS, IS-34 for interim reports, and so on and so forth. So how can we do all of this and do much more as a financial professional? So as case when we help organizations to implement what we call our case financial reporting ecosystem, where we deal with financial reporting, assurance, tax, and secretarial service. So we help auditors to audit with our application based on the ISPs. Also, in terms of financial reporting, where we talk about the IFRS, IPSAS, IS-34 reporting, as well as our management reports. Then in terms of secretarial management, as well as tax. So briefly, we'll show you a short clip of what Caseware does in terms of helping us to comply with all of these things. So we have over 20,000 users across Africa, and presently we are transforming the way we teach audit and financial reporting and people. We carry out seamless integrations to off-the-shelf applications where we help in terms of presenting. And we also have an application called Caseware Cloud where it helps us to work seamlessly across boards. So at any time, we help to comply with each of these standards for each of these Caseware ecosystems. So at the end of it all, what are we trying to see? We want people to work smart, to work efficient, and to work effectively. So presently, we have our presence in each of these countries where we service the African countries, Nigeria, Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Mauritius, and our HQ to South Africa, where we help to provide financial solutions in practice, in corporate as well as the public sector. And some of our clients in the public sector, we have the Nigerian Stock Exchange, NSIE, NCPND, and so on and so forth. In the professional field, we have worked with the likes of SIO, PGF, KPMG, Deloitte, Edabo, and so on and so forth. In the corporate world, we have worked with some of these clients, hotels of this world, the MTN Group, the Flower Mills of Nigeria, AXA, and so on and so forth. So what are we trying to see as an organization? We help to increase efficiency and get better profits, to automate manual processes, and fully integrate your technology and make compliance your watchword. So as Caseware, we help you to work smart as making efficiency and compliance your watchword. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, the Caseware representative. At this point in time, I wish to invite on stage the ANAN IT technologists to give us some information about digitalization and automation. Please, the ANAN IT technologists, you're welcome.
I'd like to stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon. My name is Anike Yamari from ANAN IT Technologies. I would like to start by saying on behalf of ANAN and ANAN IT Technologies, saying I would like to introduce us to the new ANAN mobile application. The application is a way of bringing the members of the association closer technologically. And the application is available on the Google Play Store at the moment, and this is a brainchild of the leadership of the association. And it is based on the goal of digitalization of all the processes and operation of the association. So if you have an Android device, you can go to your Play Store on your device and search for ANAN mobile application. If you have an Android device with you, for the iOS version, it's currently under review, and it will be going live very, very soon. So if you have an Android device at the moment, you download the application. So once the application is successfully downloaded on your device, you launch the application. So once you launch the application, you will be presented with go back to the application to print or generate your official receipt for that particular payment on the application. So once you go to the dashboard, you click on print receipt, you select the date of the transaction. So once you select the date of the transaction, you click on download. So once you click on download, the receipt will be downloaded on your device. You can view on your device. You can also send to an email or send to your PC. Also, you can get your statement of account. For example, if you want to know what you're owing the association, or if you want to check your statement with the association within a period, you can always do that on the application. You select the period and you click on the download button. It automatically downloads on your device. And also you can view your transaction history on the application. And one beautiful thing about this application is that you can also download your conference certificate on the application. LCD certificate, conference certificate, you can download that on the application. It's simple. All you have to do is you click on any of the certificates you want to download or you want to have access to. So once you click on the button, and it will take you to a page where you will select the venue of that program. So once you select the venue of the program, you will select the date of that program. So once you select the venue and the date, you click on download. Your certificate gets downloaded automatically on your device. You can send same to your PC. You can also send same to your operate. So also you can also send your feedback on the application. If there are areas you are having difficulties on the application, there is room for you to have a quick chat with an admin, and you will be responded to. You will be asked to round up. However, I have one. There's a quick tip here where you have access to a manual that will help you navigate around the application. So if you're having difficulties navigating around the application, there's a quick tip button that you can click on, and it will present to you a manual that will help you get conversant with how the application operates. So I'd like to take, I don't know if I can take one or two questions. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention, and God bless.
Thank you. Please, one round of applause for ANAN Technologies. We have been joined here by the Honorable Commissioner of the Labour and Manpower Planning, Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Honorable Sunday Ekene Import, FCMA. You're welcome, sir. The Honorable Commissioner for Labour and Manpower Planning, Akwa Ibom State is here present with us. Good afternoon, sir. You're welcome, sir. At this point in time, I have the permission of the Governing Council to go ahead with the fourth panel session, which is titled Wealth and Value Creation, Perspectives in Nation Building, which is to be chaired by the celebrated Professor Ladi Amalai, MFR, former Director General, Nigerian Institute of Legislative Studies. Please, Prof. kindly step forward to the stage to chair this fourth session. Professor Amalai. We are waiting for Professor Amalai to chair this final session. While waiting for our call on the lead presenter, Dr. Sani Mohammed Dahiru, FCNA, is head Micro and Small Taxpayers Department, Northern Bureau Headquarters. Dr. Dahiru, please kindly move to the item. While we are waiting, Dr. Dahiru will call on the acting Vice Chancellor of ANAN University, Plateau State, Professor Musa Inoua Fojo, to move to the ITO as a discussant on this very serious topic. Professor Fojo, please. Please come, step forward to the stage, please. You're welcome. Please, a warm round of applause for Professor Fojo. Is ANAN acting Vice Chancellor of ANAN University, Plateau State. Next is the Professor Ntiedo J. Umorin, Department of Banking and Finance, Faculty of Business Administration, University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Professor Umorin, please. A discussant also on this panel session. Professor Umorin.
That we are not going to go beyond 1 o'clock. Yes, for what? That's what it is. Yes. And the program.
We can have the motivational talk. Just do something. Motivational talk.
Please, I wish to make a request. Do we have Ambassador Pastor Dr. Amos Oselo Mese, FCNA, here with us? The motivational speaker. You are here with us. You are welcome, sir. At this point in time, we will be having our motivational talk. Because of the exigence of duty and for the imperativeness of functions, we would be having this motivational talk. We really need to be motivated at this point in time. So it's on this note that I wish to call on Ambassador Pastor Dr. Amos Oselumese Areolege, FCMA, is CEO Director of Stamp and Eggs Limited. He will be talking to us on the accountants and his or her emotional environment. Please, with a very warm round of applause, kindly welcome Ambassador Areolege, FCMA, as a mounts the podium to give us this motivation. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me stand on the same protocol. I'm very delighted to bring to you this motivational talk. Titled, The Accountants and Its Emotional Environment. Now, we must understand that as humans, the way we relate, the way we receive information, differs from one person to another, two of us. Because the way someone will listen or receive information while working as an accountant, maybe on the system, then you hear news that is not favorable. Maybe a bad news, that something has happened to either your parents or something, your loved ones. So some people, when they get it, they just drop down, and that will end that day's work. So some, when you're working, they'll tell you, don't worry, when I get home, I'll handle it. So that is why we will also know that the way you relate, the way you receive information, the way you process information while working, it doesn't matter whether you're a man, a woman, a Christian, a Muslim, because we are different. It doesn't follow your tribe. So that is why we must also know that as an accountant or an auditor, the way you receive information, processing matters a lot. So when people, and you also know that there are some people that are sadists, even when you try to please them, no matter what you do, they will not be happy with you. So as an accountant auditor, your emotional state is your emotional environment. And your emotional environment is either your home or your place of work. It can either enhance or affect your performance positively or negatively. Meaning that a troubled mind is unstable in his or her judgment, leading to emotional stress. And once that stress is not properly managed, it will lead to stroke. And once that stroke is not properly managed, it will lead to death. So that is why we must understand, we must guide our emotions as an accountant. Emotional stress from the home can either come from your partner, your children, parents, siblings, or relatives. And that's why also emotional stress from the office arises from either as a result of one. When you are not paid, you cannot function well. Or when you have, or when you are not promoted, you cannot function well. Or when you have a boss that is always at your neck, you cannot perform well. True or false? So your emotional or performance level will drop. Though it is said that the accountant must be professional in discharging his or her duties, diligently, and must exhibit integrity. So you must also understand that there are also positive causes of emotional stress. These can be grouped into two groups: the internal factor and the external factor. Now, the internal factor has to do with your immediate family. your spouse, your children, your siblings in this context. Now, there was a video on social media that I watched, maybe some of you must have listened to it, about a lady who was asked to lay your stress out. The first thing that happened was that two children came out, she opened the door for them, said, "Oh, you're out." The next thing, the husband followed. And the next that followed was a lady with a big bottle. As soon as she shut the door, he said, "Yes, those are my stress. That is the stress at home." Now, extended families bond relate to your relations, your grandmother, your parents, those in your community. You see, when you are not stable, maybe you are working, they look at you, "Oh, this person, our daughter or our son is working," and they expect something from you. You know, there are some relatives that are always on your neck. The next thing they will tell you, "Sister or uncle, send me something. I'm having problems." And once you are working and you got such news, you know, you cannot function well. You'll be destabilized. So that is why as an accountant or auditor, you must guide your emotions for you to function effectively. Now, the other part of it is the external factor. This has to do with your boss. I call it the boss factor. When you have a boss who is his hardest, or who is always at your neck, mostly the female folks, with no respect. Maybe because you are beautiful, the way you present yourself, and you have this your boss that is, you know, that wants you. You know, no matter what you do, they find anyhow, any way to victimize you. So that is why you must also be diligent in whatever you do. And again, your colleagues is also another factor, either your immediate superior or your co-workers. Because there are some of them who are envious of you. Either they see the way you dress, either when you are happy or not. They want to make sure that how come this staff is always this happy. I remember while I was working in Cocoa Research in Ibadan. You know, when we got there, I met few ANAN staff there. When I got there, I confronted myself the way I dress. So when those in the other profession saw me, they said, "Who is this one?" I told them I'm an ANAN certified. Because I told them that they said, "So you're always wearing suit and tie. You are always dressing as if you are going for a wedding." I said, "Yes, this is how we are taught in ANAN to dress." So they thought I would be tired of wearing suit and tie. Some of them will say, "He's just showing off." I said, "No. As a professional, this is how we're taught to dress." So, some of them were like, my immediate boss was on that profession. Each time he sees me in the office, he sees me as a threat. He said, "You want to come and take over my work from me?" I said, "No, sir. I'm just doing my job." Now, there are problems of dealing with emotional stress. You must understand this fact that you only have one life to live. So try to live your own life. Don't ever try to play the role of God. You cannot please everybody. There are some of us who want to please everybody. "Oh, help me this, give me that." And to the extent of even borrowing. As an accountant, you must be careful. You can never take the place of God. Even if you do everything to please them, they will still not be happy. Life is still go on. So you must guide your emotions very well. And also you must also understand and learn to be happy. Nobody can create your happiness for you. Nobody. So you have to create your happiness by yourself. Make sure you are okay. Research has shown that one of the best ways to ease stress is to relax and sleep, so that your body system can reformat and heal itself. But due to the nature of man, the way our body processes, rebuild itself varies. So
Thank you. Points made. Another question?
You will get plenty followers.
You have enjoyed the lectures since yesterday. Very well packaged. But the issue I want to point out, and possibly the motivational speaker will also tell us how to manage that stress. We talk much about the private sector, accountants, and I didn't hear much reference to those in public sector service, the public and civil servants who are accountants. We know, and it's not hidden, the problem of corruption in Nigeria is all about having strong men with weak institutions. These strong men weaken these institutions so that they can have their way by ensuring they don't adhere to the rules of law, the rules of law. And that's the problem most of us in the civil service, accountants are passing through. And so in such a situation, how do you manage the stress? Having a strong man. We were told we are gatekeepers. We are going to have a strong man. You can't keep the gate open. And when we try to keep the gate, you suffer like most of us are suffering from it.
Thank you. Now we have questions to which the motivational speaker might choose to respond. Ambassador, sir, questions are given.
Thank you, sir. You talked about the strong man at the gate. One thing we must understand, as I said before, you are the architect of your own happiness. Nobody can create that happiness for you. You see, when you receive information, that's why I said, when you receive information as maybe comments, make sure you try as much as possible to filter and take the good ones you want to take. Because definitely there must be opposition. It can't be ruled out. It's for you to make up your mind, make your choice. This is what I want to do. Just like what the other the first paper said. He said the association will always tell you this is what to do. It's left for you as an individual to do what you want to do. So please, as I said, take your time, relax. Take this one after the other. Without you, the work will go on. After you, the work will still go on. So guide your own heart, guide your mind, so that you can be okay. And I hope I was able to answer that question for you. Any other question?
Thank you, Ambassador. As the teams we are listening to the responses to the questions raised, at this point in time, we wish to thank you, Ambassador, for giving us part of the intellectual knowledge. And I can see a hand raised. I believe that is the question being posed. Who is stepping forward to ask the question before we move to the next?
Thank you very much, Presenter. I'm Dr. President, the Practitioner 1247. I know it's not a contribution to what the Presenter has said, that as we grow older and as we are doing our job, we should take all this time to our health challenges. We have different emotional status of individuals. And all of us, as we are sitting down here, we have one or two meetings that we go to attend. So most of the accountants and auditors, they be busy that we should just take away cognizance that as we are doing our professional services, we should not neglect our health status. Because at times most of us may not know that there are some health challenges that are inside our body. So please, I just want to encourage us, like our guest speaker said, that we should always take cognizance that we should not forget to be attending our clinics, so that as what is going on, we should just put our life will not be human. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving us your thoughts on this very important topic. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. You're welcome. Please, a one round of applause for Ambassador. I know asking this is me. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are enjoying every bit of this conference. Please, if you are do one round of applause for this. At this point in time, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite once again Case Realty to give us more insights into the we'll be inviting ANAN IT Technologies to give us more insight into the topic that was being discussed, the launching of ANAN application. It is a new move, a new beginning for ANAN. Please, I welcome ANAN IT Technologies. Please, step aside.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I was about to take some question the other time. So, but I've been receiving some questions and verification from some of the members. And one question that I've been asked is, okay, what is my password? So for now, your password is your surname. So once if you want to log in, you key in your membership number, and your password is your surname. The first letter is the capital letter. So once you do that correctly, you will gain access to the dashboard. And also I also mentioned that for iOS users, that is, if you have an Apple device, the application is currently under review, and it will be the application ready for Android device users. So if you have an Android device, you search for ANAN mobile application or ANAN mobile app on the Google Play Store. So once you download that on your device, you should be good to go. So I would like to take us to the next thing on the agenda here. That's the yellow form application, and this is for inductees. This has been designed for inductees, and this is to eliminate situations whereby you would have to go physically to the office, the ANAN office, to purchase your physical yellow form and having to fill physical forms. So these have been replaced with the electronic form, and that you can have access to through the ananonline.org.ng. ananonline.org.ng. So once you navigate to ananonline.org.ng, you will see the application form, yellow form button. So once you click on the application form button, it will take you to a page where you would select either you are a student or you are an inductee from the Nigerian College of Accountancy. You will need to key in your matric number. So you key in your machine number, the system will verify that information and it will display your name and other information. So once that information is correct, you will be taken to a page where you will make the payment for that particular application form. So once that is done, once that payment is successful, you will be sent a login information. The login information will be sent to your email address, that is a payment reference, and you would need to log in. You need to go back to the page where you make payment, and you need to log in to complete that process. So for you to log in, what you need is to key in the information that has been sent to you. So once you key in that information, click on login. So once you log in successfully, you will be presented with the rest of the form to complete the process. And the form is a five-step form. Though some of the information would have been pre-filled, that is, your information is automatically synchronized from what you have in the College of Accountancy, so the Nigerian College of Accountancy. So that information is automatically populated here. So once you make that payment successfully and you log in, those information will be populated here, which includes some of the documentations you submitted during your screening at the college. Those information will be populated. So you might not really need to upload some of those documents. However, there are some new documents that will be required of you as an inductee to upload on the platform. So once you fill all of those information and you upload the necessary documents, you can then go ahead to pay your induction fee also on the platform. And you can as well choose to save the record for later. You can choose to save the record for later. You can complete the information wherever you have all the information at hand. So once you do all of that, once all the required fields, compulsory fields are properly filled, you will click on the save button. Once the save button is clicked and every other thing is intact, you can print that in complete form. You can print that form, the completed form, and I believe that completed form would probably be presented during your other processes, and as well, all the information you keep in here will be submitting to a back end that would be reviewed for further processing. So I believe this information is critical for branches to take home to their people, informing them that you no longer need to walk into the ANAN office or travel down to wherever location to get a physical form. You can do all of that online. So the application form ANAN online will be live fairly on Monday. That is next week. To be live, to be going live. So from Monday you can go to the URL and make your payment and fill the necessary information on that. So this junction, I'd like to conclude by, I think I have a few more time to spare. So I would like to take one or two questions on either on the mobile application or on the yellow form for indoors. So if there's any question, I'll be glad to take those questions.
Questions on the ANAN newly launched application for mobile devices. Yeah, are there any questions, please? Yes, I can see a hand raised. I can see hands raised. Definitely, accountants are chilled when they try something. Maybe a contemporary name is fine. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Maureen Ori, membership number 24909. I want to ask a question concerning the yellow form that will be filled online. If you look at the physical yellow form, that is the hard copy, you find out that there's a space that needs to be signed by the state secretariat, maybe by the chairman or secretary. How do you do that if you have to go online to process the yellow form? Thank you. And there's always a problem when it comes to buying form. I'm talking of the admission form now online. Because there's a lot of students having problems, unable to process their admission there in the ANAN secretariat. So how do you handle that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaking of automation, digitalization, accountants, themselves. Excellent. Any other question, please? I can see some hands raised. Questions? Okay. Your question has already been asked. Okay. Any other questions for this section? Okay. Now we can, so how can I take notes?
Okay, so to answer that question, I mentioned that at the end of filling all the necessary information, one of the steps available is when you select your branch. So once you select the branch, and at the end of filling all of those information, you be required to print a copy of all that you have filled. So the section where that needs to be signed also will be printed and can as well be given to whoever would have to sign against that particular document, that printout. So you still need to print out whatever you're filling on the platform to be physically signed. So I believe that answers your question. So any other question? Okay, so in the absence of one, I would like to say thank you. Okay.
Now there's a question being asked by one of our digitally inclined members. Now it's for Mr.
So we can log in with our password is our solid. We have been trying to do that.
Okay, if you're having issues with your password, we observe that there are some records that are some names that are interchanged.
Let it end like that.
For instance, your other name has been interchanged with your surname. But for you to verify what the application will pick as your surname, you can, on the application, for you to verify if your surname is what the application will pick, you can click on the, let's go to the launch page. The very first page. Very first page. Okay, so you can click on quick pay button. So once you click on that, key in your membership number, then it will verify your information. So you will see the surname, the application you will pick. So you can use that function, that quick pay function to verify the surname, the name the application will pick. So the very first name that will be displayed is what the application will give as your passport. So use that button to verify that. And quickly, let me correct my submission on the question earlier asked. The signing by the branch. I've been told here that since the process has been digitalized, there is no need for that signing. The system has taken care of that process. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Please, one round of applause for ANAN technologies, please. Please, at this point in time, I wish to announce to you that we are live internationally. We are connected virtually internationally. As it is, we have a Zoom meeting, a Zoom communication with our international visitor, our international guest, Miss Alta Prince. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA, South Africa. Please, I join you to kindly sit down because we are being monitored internationally as this right now. Please. It's another that I wish to call on the Chartered Institute of Forensics and Certified Fraud Examiners of Nigeria, CISFEN, to come make their presentation now. Please, a one round of applause for the registrar of CISFEN. Welcome, man.
Good afternoon, our first Vice President, the second Vice President, and Chairman of the Congress Committee, our IPP, Council members, past Council members, past registrars and registrars, past teachers of the college, fellows, and members of ANAN. Good afternoon. I have a singular privilege to stand here on behalf of the Chartered Institute of Forensics and Certified Fraud Examiners to challenge you, to encourage you, to join us, to put all hands on deck, to see that we grow this baby, this body, it's our baby, that's already grown. The body is 10 years old this year. We have had to rebrand, we're growing. We are at the National Assembly, our charter, Washington Charter. We have gone through the first reading, the second reading at the lower house, the public hearing, and we hope that soon we will have the third reading, a concurrence at the upper house, and of course, the presidential assent. Now, as far as I know, ANAN has well over 44,000 members, and one of the things that you can do to stand out is be a part of this body. One of the skills, one of the expertise that you can put together, add to your CV, and improve yourself, the standout is to be a part of this body. Now, it is for you to join this body at this time. It's much easier, it's better to join now. In the future, especially when the charter passes, it will be more difficult for you to join. Now it's the time to join. Now it is easier and cheaper to join. Easier because right now there's no exam. There's part of the bill is to see that we have a forensic academy. And when the academy is fully blown, you will have to write exams. It may not be as cheap as it is now. Right now, we have various levels of membership. For you to join, you need just to fill in an application form, pay 50,000 naira, and we will do, for now, post-COVID, a Zoom induction of about 4 hours with the lectures that we'll see you through. After that, we have a proficiency training that takes 4 contacts online, 4 contacts via Zoom every Saturday 8 to 4, and then 2 contacts of 2 weeks. 1 contact of lab experience and another contact of multi-course sessions that are taken by a whole team, a legal team. Then we have a direct membership. The direct membership is for people who are almost at the peak of their career, who have worked for not less than 10 years, have experience in most times, accountants general, auditors general, or states, people who are too busy will do a crash program just like ANAN does a direct membership. We do a direct membership for those people, and they can join. Some people have asked, I'm a fellow of ANAN, I just want to join and I just want to be a fellow. It is not possible for you to just join my fellowship. I don't think that it happens in any organization, it doesn't happen in this one. You need to start from being an associate to a certified member, and then you can, after 10 years, be a fellow. But if we see that you are someone who is very busy and you are at the peak of your career and you have a pedigree, we will let you do that compressed training, which still gives you the license to practice, but at a shorter period of training. So now it's 50,000 to join. Now is the time to join. We're just through acquiring property for the office and also for the academy. And now is the time to join because the charter is almost there. It is a beautiful time to join as we grow. We're hoping that before the end of the year we'll have our charter. And of course, it's better for you. And also, it will be good for you to note that we also have a lot of ICANN members joining us. And the forensic body is not just for accountants, because forensic is a wide field. So we have people from all other fields that have forensic options. So we have criminologists, psychologists, medical people, lawyers, and accountants, of course. But because it is our baby, we prefer that people here at home will join and take the lead before others join us. Now, there are other bodies that are floating themselves and saying all sorts of things. I don't want to go there. But I just want you to know that before you join the body, it's good that you know the paternity of the baby. And since the paternity of this baby is ANAN, I invite you to join a group that is well known, that has a good foundation. You know where it's coming from, you know where it's going, you know that it's not a private business, and that you know what it has to offer. So we have a table out there. If you have questions, we'll be glad to hear you, we'll be glad to answer. If you come to ANAN House, we're there, you can meet us. But I hope that this will do, and that you will do something to add to your CV, you will develop yourself, you will earn another expertise, get a better skill to improve yourself, so that when next there's an opportunity, you know that you fit, you stand a chance to be picked. Thank you very much for your time. I hope that I'll get feedback very soon. Thank you.
Please, hello?
Hello. One round of applause once again for the Registrar's Representative of Federal Institute of Forensics and Certified for Examiners of Nigeria, Rachel Bogwat. Please, a warm round of applause once again. I want to quickly recognize the presence of the Deputy Accountant General, Akwa Ibom State, Mrs. Anna George FCNE. She is present here with us. A warm round of applause for us. At this point in time, the moment we have been waiting for to find with our international partners is here. We are connecting with the Chief Executive Officer, Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA, in South Africa, Ms. Alta Christou, who is speaking on future ready accountants and African Agenda 2063. Keep in pace with the times. Please, ladies and gentlemen, with a very warm round of applause, welcome Ms. Alta Prince to be delivering this very insightful and genuine topic. Please, a warm round of applause, please.
Leo, come please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I'm not sure how much you have already heard. I see a lot of colorful people. I'm really delighted to be here. I'm going to greet you, and then I'm going to bring my presentation. While I'm in my presentation, I'm going to turn my camera off, and at the end of the presentation, I'll come back just to make sure that I have enough bandwidth to share with you my insights. So you can turn off. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you today. It's a real privilege and an honor, and I'm looking forward to sharing some insights and, more importantly, to learn from you. Let's start off with where I'm from, about PAFA. The Pan-African Federation of Accountants is an association of associations, 56 professional accountancy organizations in 45 countries in Africa, including ANAN, your organization, are our member organizations. And through them, we represent thousands of accountants, each a potential agent of change towards a brighter Africa. And our mission is to strengthen the voice and capacity of the accountancy profession in Africa. So why? Why is this important? Because strong professional accountancy organizations like your own ANAN deliver quality professional accountants who perform quality services and ultimately contribute to economic development. So on the screen, I'm sure it's pretty small, and I'm sure that will share with you the slides afterwards. It's really how we see moving from a strong professional accountancy organization right through economic development, and I'm going to leave you to study that in your own time. PAFA's 7 areas of strategic focus make up our promise to our member organizations, and I think that we will be proud to know that this way of looking at our strategic objectives actually originated from ANAN within the PAFA board, so we have to thank you for that. So our 7 areas of strategic focus are based on the premise that professional capacity and professional technical excellence equals professional quality. They recognize the profession's public interest responsibility to enhance public sector transparency and accountability, and the need for the profession to be future ready, or is it rather future fit? In a volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous environment, we might never be ready, but we must be fit. We must be able to anticipate and act with agility. So, today's topic, future-ready accountants and Agenda 2063. Keeping pace with the time. Why is this important, or rather essential? According to the World Economic Forum, Future of Jobs Report 2020, by 2025, the time spent on current tasks at work by humans and machines will be equal. And although 85 million jobs may be displaced, roles may emerge. These roles are algorithms. But take a look at this. The accountant and auditor job roles, as we know them today, are fourth on the list of top 20 decreasing in demand roles. In the 2018 report, these roles were at number 7. As automation and technology continue to change business models, the role of accountants will need to rapidly evolve and adapt. The good news is that accountants have behaviors and competencies that overlap with the increasing in-demand roles shown on the left of the screen. To ensure learning and development can meet the challenge, we need to understand where the profession is headed. We can all relate to accountants doing the same things, such as gathering, extracting, and manipulating data and information, reconciling information across separate systems, and making decisions based on samples or limited information. These skills are normally obtained through classroom-based prescribed learning, a one-size-fits-all approach to learning. Accountants doing the same things differently, such as evolving skill sets using automation, visualization for more powerful insights, and leveraging communication technologies to make a greater impact, all tend to rely on increased self-learning and personal exploration. Accountants doing different things, however, will be defined by the actions we take today. Accountants doing different things will have an interconnected focus on people, planet, and profitability. In the words of Professor Mervyn King, they will move from chief financial officers to chief value officers. Chief value officers will become essential to Aspiration 1, Goal 7 under Agenda 2063. That is environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities. At the heart of future readiness is the individual, you, the individual. There is an unquestionable need for professional accountants and aspiring professional accountants to take personal responsibility for lifelong learning and career development. Professional accountancy organizations can assist by changing the approach to learning and development from one that is passive and compliance-based to one that is tailored, reflective, and actively driven by individual needs. Changing business models and evolving business needs are creating new opportunities for those accountants who are ready to learn. For example, there is a growing opportunity for the profession to contribute. The revised international education standards that became effective earlier this year highlights the following important competencies for the individual. Business are increasingly based on how individuals can integrate appropriately analyze large data using their professional judgment. My favorite is behavioral competence. I believe that if we have mastered, this includes how individuals can use intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, adaptability, and lifelong learning to effectively respond to an environment of rapid technological change while alternative ways of working and adapting to changing circumstances quickly. And boy, did we need that in COVID-19. Digital acumen. Accountants should understand how new and emerging technologies impact what they do in an evolving landscape. How such technologies operate, are used, and affect the generation, processing, and flow of data and information. Data interrogation, synthesis, and analysis. The competencies needed to effectively work with structured and unstructured data. For example, evaluating whether data is complete, accurate, and relevant, and understanding exceptions to expectations. Lastly, communication. New and emerging technologies have changed the channels of communication from and across systems. For example, using social media and smart devices.
You can see me zooming into
2020 already just a generally when I look at the International Federation of Accountants, I look at professional accountancy organizations, many have looked at the future roles for the accountant. And today I am presenting this extract and I'm sharing it with you, describing the 5 career zones of opportunity in accountancy. They start with the business transformer, the architect of organizational change, the data navigator, a true business partner who uses data, emerging technologies, and analytical tools to drive insights that drive sound financial management. The digital playmaker is a technology evangelist who sees possibilities for emerging digital tools in transforming the organization. My favorite, the sustainability trailblazer, the heart of performance management in the organization, playing a key role in establishing frameworks that capture, evaluate, and report on the activities that truly drive value. And lastly, the assurance advocate, who brings new levels of trust and integrity to organizational and operations. Opportunities for professionals such as accountants will grow in the African continental free trade area, especially in terms of building capacity and training for trade and services, and improving the export capacity of both formal and informal service suppliers, with particular attention to micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, and women and youth services. Those who can learn the major languages in Africa, that is English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic, will have an advantage. Professional accountancy organizations should actively pursue mutual recognition agreements in anticipation of enhanced mobility of labor within the continent. Let me close with a few more insights from the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs Report 2020, particularly as they relate to reskilling and upskilling across all industries. 40% of the core skills of workers who remain in their roles will change over the next 5 years. 40%. 50% of all employees will need reskilling. Employers expect to offer reskilling and upskilling to just over 70% of their employees by 2025. However, and this is a concern, employee engagement is lagging, with only 42% of employees taking up employer-supported reskilling and upskilling opportunities. 84% of employers are set to rapidly digitalize working processes, including a significant expansion of remote work, with the potential of 44% of their workforce operating remotely. I am asking myself, is it still an evolution, or has the pandemic moved us to a revolution? I hope that you will join us at the African Congress of Accountants 2021 from 24 to 26 November to continue this important conversation. Until then, please follow us on LinkedIn by scanning this QR code with your phone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my insights with you today. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you. Wait. Hello. 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 Oli. Hello. On the mic. On it.
Thank you, please. A very warm round of applause once again for the Keepers Academy's of Pan-African Federation of Accountants partner. That was a very inspiring and insightful session. Future already accountants. At this point in time, we have learned great things about digitalization, which is manifested in various technological applications like the Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other emerging technologies. These are critical areas which are very related to our profession as professional accountants. It is on this note that we have to engage with our international partner at this point in time. For every one of us having questions, comments, observations, suggestions, and recommendations on being future-ready accountants, the floor is open to you now to ask and make your contributions. Please, in readiness for a futuristic achievement of accountants, we welcome questions from the audience, please. Questions from this side? Give him. Zoom. We have questions from very young personalities here present in our association. The first one, question.
Mr. President, professional colleagues, our PAFA Chief Executive Officer, we appreciate your lecture. And sincerely, we want to say that all of us here in this conference enjoyed what you've just delivered. Truly, accounting profession, like every other professionals, is coming to the stage where everybody look up to for advancement, ICT, artificial intelligence, robotics. And of course, everybody in current operation will hope to have anything that will advance his service to society. While we in the profession, we are hoping for it. In the advanced world, these things come with ready atmospheric appliances, be it electricity, be it 5G network. What is the position of Africa? Is Africa being in readiness for, like you said, 2063? Are we in that readiness to make this advancement, to enhance? When we go into robotics, will the infrastructure of Africa contain our advancement, our envisaged advancement in advancement to promote our professionalism? Thank you.
A very warm round of applause for the First Vice President of ANAN. I wish to introduce the presence of the President of ANAN.
CEO Baba. My comment is in a slightly different direction. My concern is the type of curriculum we are going to favor in these times to produce the accountant of the future. The ICT component has become so large and expansive that some of us who manage this thing and just want to go, to take as much of it as we can, we are coming face to face with the reality that will soon become irrelevant. What does this tell us about the future? Maybe the accountant of the future will just be an ICT specialist who comes and using the computer tool to propagate canvas views. Is there, what exactly does this tell us about the curriculum of the program in the future? Thank you.
The whole round of applause for the President and Chairman of Council, Reverend ANAN, Benjamin Chuka. This is your nice name. Further questions are welcome from the floor.
President, Chairman of Council, permit me to adopt and stand under existing protocol. Thank you, Dr. Brislow, for your presentation. My concern in addition to the ICT question for Africa, which is a big challenge in terms of our speed, we are half the speed of international bodies. We also have the problem of insecurity. And I think it should be addressed because it's affecting our businesses. Each time we had a lockdown, like we had in South Africa, most of our stores are invaded, vandalized, and this affects the job of the accountant also. In Nigeria, we have the same insecurity issues. Is it possible for us accountants to have solutions or proper solutions to these two aspects of ICT and insecurity? But it's affecting the job of accountants, it's affecting businesses and their profits. What do we do? This is Jane Andy from Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, a warm round of applause for former Representative and Joint College of Accountancy, Professor Jane Andy. We have 3 questions from very eminent personalities, application of digital technologies. Now we have a question from one ANAN member.
Thank you, sir. All protocols duly observed. I am Abuja, much has been said on ICT and the future of accountants. But I want to say this and ask this question because corruption is very germane in African context. And at times, accountants, their role is interesting. I am thinking, I want to ask, is there any thing that is going to be put in place for accountants to be absolved from corruption or from being not ruled into this issue of corruption so that it will just be automated? As an accountant, my CEO comes to me and says you must do this. And I don't want to do it. But if something is put in place in terms of ICT, I think even if another person comes, they will find it difficult even to compromise. So once ICT apparatus is being put in place for accountants not to compromise in this coming millennium.
Thank you so much. The professor from Oyo State is asking questions on blockchain technologies, the digitization, encryption of database and other materials of accounting.
One more funny question, I remember this about 50. I want to look at ICT in relation to small and medium companies that operate in the rural area, where talking of ITC, geotechnology and whatever, I don't know how it is in the rural areas. Don't people keep journals, cash books, or whatever, and not part of geotechnology. How do you relate it to our operations in the rural areas? In addition, what do you look at the issue of online filing? Does it apply to technology in this relation? Because when some of these accounting books are not qualified, they are looking at online filing for tax matters.
Thank you so much. Two questions here. Impact of ICT on the rural areas and online filing. 5 questions from Nigeria. I just want to time.
Thank you so much. I was unable to hear you. Is it possible to summarize the question of the last person? I was not able to hear him.
The last question.
Put it on now by yourself.
Can you summarize it? Can you summarize it? Yes. Speak to the mic. Just speak to it directly.
Talk here.
Hello.
Go on.
The last speaker was asking a question on the impact of ICT on the rural areas in Nigeria.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for the question. Let me start with the question around the infrastructure. I think that the first question that we have to ask is can I just check that everybody can hear me? I'm trying to get feedback from you.
Wait, this way. No, still.
Is it good? Okay. So on the infrastructure, on the African Congress of the Congress is asking this question. It is, what is necessary for the accountant to be able to harness information technology for people, planet, and profitability, and ultimately prosperity for all. And here it is where we want to deep dive the African Union, because the African Union has a strategy for Africa as it relates to ICT, and so has the World Bank. So we've invited both of these bodies to come and share with us their vision around their strategy. But we have also invited some of the countries where we have already seen progress, for example, Namibia. So what would it take? I think it would really take a government having a strong ICT strategy. And one thing that I have been wondering is, what is the role of the profession in putting together such a strategy or contributing to government strategy? I want to share something that I came across this week, which I actually thought was a challenge, right? I had this conversation with an organization. They employ professional accountants, and then these accountants are then becoming consultants internationally. And I thought it is such a great concept, particularly in the current environment where we have a lot of professional accountants who might not have work, who can be engaged by this organization and then providing these international opportunities. So they're working from their home country, but they're rendering an international service. But what came out of this conversation was exactly what the first speaker, the first question person raised was that at the moment this organization is very limited to working in South Africa and I think Zimbabwe because the infrastructure is so weak in the other countries. And so though there are opportunities, it is overshadowed by the challenges. So my short answer would be, I think that it's upon government to have a very strong ICT strategy. And it is for the profession, like ANAN, to say what role as a profession and a professional accountants organization do we have in supporting government in putting this strategy together and implementing it. And I have seen ANAN doing impactful work. I mean, recently you had a big drive.
We have been joined here by a very eminent personality, the Speaker of the Kaduna State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Yusuf Ibrahim Saidani. He's here present with us. Please we welcome Dr. Sani Mohammed Daibu, SCNN, please. Come on stage. A warm round of applause for him. Please, there is an information from the NCDC regarding COVID-19 vaccination. This is to remind everyone that there is a vaccination stand at the entrance. This is to provide all the chance to be vaccinated against COVID-19. You can take your first dose here and take your second dose in any part of the country when your time is due. Also, if you are taking your first dose before now, you can take your second dose here, whether or not you have your card here or not. You will be given contact so that your records will be updated. Please, for the sake of our safety and our health, we kindly request that we all move as it is to the vaccination stand outside. So on this note, I wish you all to call on Professor Musa Inuwafolio, the acting Vice Chancellor of ANAN University for Plateau State, to step on stage, please, to give us a discussion on this very important topic. Please, a round of applause for the acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Folio. The national primary health care are here available. It is not the NCDC that is available. It is the national primary health care that is here to do the vaccination. I'm just going to inform that Professor Laji Amalai is here present with us. Please, a one round of applause for her as she makes our way to the stage to give us much more information on the topic, wealth and value creation, perspectives in nation building. Professor Laji Amalai will chair this session. You're welcome. A one round of applause for Professor Amalai, please. You're welcome. Eminent personality, very excited proud to us here present. I have Professor Intiedoje Omori from the Department of Banking and Finance, Faculty of Business Administration, University of Abuja, Akwa State. They will be discussing this topic, wealth and value creation, perspectives in nation building. Please, one round of applause for Professor Omori. Please, you're welcome, sir. They will be discussing this very serious topic. Please, keep the applause coming. The applause. Celebrate that. These are very important questions who have brought the learning to our face act. Thank you. It is on this note that I want to call on Professor Laji Amalai to open this session on wealth and value creation, perspectives in nation building. Welcome.
Leadership of ANAN, resource persons, distinguished participants. Good afternoon, all. creation, value addition, determine the worth of a nation and its people. If you don't get wealth creation right, you don't get value addition right, then you remain undeveloped. Growth and development are outcomes of wealth and value creation. So in looking at the theme of the conference, strategies and options for economic recovery, you have to really deal with this particular topic for today, the something for today, and this afternoon. And I've previewed the paper. It's an excellent paper. It gives us a sense of what we need to do, and from even comparative perspective with other African countries and other regions of the world. So listen carefully and see how we can make also individual contributions during the open discussion session. I'll give one or two more comments only after the presentation of the paper. I invite the key presenter to please come in and take your position.
I don't know. It looks like we are a little tired. Can we look at our level, left and right, and say, good afternoon, all? Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, I greet you. Thank you very much. My president, the president of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, members of council, body of past presidents, distinguished invitees, eminent scholars and presenters, discussants, members of the Noble Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this epoch-making ceremony, which is the 26th session of the Annual Accountants Conference of Nigeria. And I stand before you to make presentation, share knowledge, and gain knowledge. And I welcome every contribution, and I want to support every presentation that is done in this way. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The topic is wealth and value creation. The topic is wealth and value creation, perspective in nation building. In nation building, what's our perspective? We are starting with responsibilities of nation building by accountant. All of us that are here are related to accountancy in one way or the other. So nation building, value creation by accountants. What is our contribution? How do we make it? How do we create it? How do we create value? How do we add value? That is the thing. So when I went back to history, there's no way you speak about wealth of nation in the contemporary management and economic world that you don't refer to the work of Adam Smith or 1776. And I take a quotation from there, which says, the theory of moral sentiments had relied mainly on the presence of the inner man to provide necessary restraint to private action. In the other nations, one finds an institutional mechanism that acts to reconcile the disruptive possibilities inherent in a blind obedience to the passion alone. This protective mechanism is competition, an arrangement that wins the passionate desire for better human condition, a desire that comes with us from home and never leaves us until we go into our graves. Is turned into socially beneficial agency by pitting one person's right for self-betterment against another. I said this is one of the major areas that will drive our discussions today. The desire to improve one has been inherent right from our womb until we exist no more. And then that desire has always been what is driving the interest to wealth creation, value addition. Even you as human beings, started from the womb. Someday you are given birth, another time you grew, another time you are adult, another time you are an aged person, another time you are normal. And that is the way the cycle continues. And those are the things under which we look at. Although in the Adam Smith words of the nation, he spoke about the invisible hands. Today, even the invisible hands, they exist. They exist. Where do you see the superpowers? What happens in the 14th, 15th century when you have the slave and slavery? What happens after the slavery? What happens at the independence? Even in Nigeria, pre-independence period, the colonial period, the post-independence, there are instances that we've been all working to better ourselves, our nation, and our desire, which has been opined by the global scholar Adam Smith of great memory. I went on to define wealth. You're talking about wealth. What do you understand by wealth? It's a measure of value, assets, of worth owned by a person, community, company, country, etc. Wealth can be contracted to income. Wealth can be contracted to items. Wealth can be current. Wealth can be asset. Wealth can be intangible. Some can be tangible. In the accounting sense, these are areas that you see wealth, and you can find them in memories of your assets when you look at your final account. What are your key takeaways at the end of the presentation here? Wealth is an accumulation of value. One, network is the most common measure of wealth. What is the network? At the end of the day, when you take away your minuses, what is left? Network items you have. Three, the concept of wealth is usually applied only to scarce economic factors. Scarce economic factors will always remain there because of the insatiability of human beings. And that explains what the economists will always tell you. That because our wants and our needs are insatiable, therefore, scale of preference comes in. Choice has to be made. And in trying to make this choice, you make scale of preference. And then you leave some and take some, etc. The relative difference of wealth between people are what we are usually referred to, and which is explained in the definition above. Next. When you want to measure wealth, measuring wealth in terms of money overcomes the problem of evaluating wealth in the form that it comes with different kind of goods. Some wealth are defined not necessarily by money, but by money worth. In the classical days, wealth is determined by amount of gold. Even the monetary items are now measured against the gold. In those days, in the traditional Arabian society, the amount of gold, silver, camel, date palm you have are the measures of wealth. Individuals will own, community will own, society will own, even the nation will own. But today, these are quantified into monetary aspects, and that is where we are today. Therefore, the wealth of nations are classified, not necessarily in the form of income or in the form of money we see today. Wealth is a stock variable as opposed to flow variable. Research has consistently shown that people's perception of their own well-being and happiness depends much on their estimates of wealth. A lot of research has shown that if you want to check how happy people are, check how wealthy they are. And the question is wealth the same thing as rich? Is wealth the same thing as riches? Now, riches could be part of wealth. They're not necessarily the same thing because if you don't give the same mechanism or the same answer. The wealth you have of a nation is different from the riches you have of a nation. Okay. Well, I will continue to give definition and then creation of wealth. Wealth is created and as a process, investing in different forms and in different assets. Once the goals are defined based on time period, one has to invest in achieving ways of achieving them. That is the wealth creation. Mutual funds, another way that you create your funds. This is something that is contemporary. Wealth creation is a process of investing, which I have said. That is why it's important. One of the reasons why people look for wealth is because of regular income, retirement planning, goal setting, etc. But for a nation, wealth for a nation is to ensure that the well-being of the society is improved over time. I brought up the example of script box. It's a solution for the aspiring investors in wealth creation. The details are shown, and the people that will look at the box, they will look at it because what I've just shown is that I have 5 minutes. When I saw the presentation, I saw 1 hour 30 minutes. I thought I had 1 hour 30 minutes. And I just realized that they just told me I have 5 minutes. The script box has this advantage: setting the right financial goal, choosing the 100% investing process, comprehensive planning, investment management, and tracking the process of goal objective. Build well plan. You have to do value addition, value creation if you have to build well. And this can be one. This is because the value of the good or a user does not necessarily depend on the price at which it is sold. Value creation occurs primarily through combination of exchange of resources. This has been confirmed through research. The Nigerian economy faces the challenge of limited economic transformation and diversification. That is to say that for us to be able to have a value chain, because if we are creating wealth, there must be some level of value addition. Now, you remember the Nigerian experience that we have been experienced several, especially when the democratic government came in 1999. There was this cassava initiative, textile initiative, all in an attempt to ensure that value addition are there. Cassava, we have abundant cassava, and as well as this textile, fabric, and yarn that can be done and culture to add addition, to value addition. Global value chain development in Nigeria. This country, they have very strong backward and forward integration. That is, you use what is available backward, forward for integration. I was discussing with someone recently and I told him that one of the major ingredients in production of cement is what they call gypsum. Gypsum is the golden aspect of cement production. Then I tell you one secret that I read somewhere. They do not ask me where I read it. This gypsum that you see is mine and is available in Nigeria. So what they do, some of those that import bulk cement now, they use rubber, a waste product of rubber that they import from Morocco. The same rubber we have in Nigeria, through backward integration to ensure production for value chain. Because that rubber that is brought in to make the cement is a waste to them in that particular area. Therefore, the backward integration is enhanced and making us use the same cement today, which is being imported. I won't call the name of those that are using it, but your research will show you some of it. My slide 23, 23 will give you global value chain development in Nigeria, which can be seen. There are indications that federal government of Nigeria in association with other state government are currently undertaking stable food processing zones initiative. These all are meant to be initiation that will help value creation and value addition. Some of the innovative big operations, and that is from the federal government. You will see there are a lot of palliatives. Remember the what do you call it? The World Bank or Paris Group palliative that was given.
last year, the COVID-19 pandemic that was in. The emerging global value chain that are found in Nigeria, a review of them, the salary policies and all that. The first one that will come to mind is the Dangote cement, or the Dangote group. It's an emerging global chain, value chain company that you see. In the past, the group was coming to Nigeria and they are very much increased. Coca-Cola has been there, Dunlop has been relocated to Ghana, etc. They insist on using this forward linkage derivative because of the crude oil production and then oil and gas production in the country as well. All in an attempt to ensure that there is global value chain addition in our economy. The country improves its capacity and the oil and gas, strong competencies became globally integrated, and this has seen today. I remember one of the publications that I recently said for about 2 years now, NNPC has not been producing, yet they have consumed certain amount of money. Yes, they monitor the import as well as the distribution of products. And this time God that there are no Jews on Nigeria roads. We have the ancient experience of manufacturing, value chain development, and global integration. It is there. Everybody knows has been in the world economy today. Yes. Then, if you look at all the value creation and the value addition as well as the global value chain addition, this is not done without some challenges. I think we're looking at some of the challenges. What we want to do is building a nation. To build a nation is not easy in Nigeria. It has many important aspects. First, it is about building a political entity. Two, it is about building an economic viable entity. Three, it is to build a socially mobile and accessible entity. Four, it is to enhance learning and allow transfer of knowledge and sharing of knowledge as we are doing today. Right from the military regime, in today's world, skills, industrial skills, productivity and competitiveness are determinant factors of national greatness. Right from the military era, from 85, there are some deliberate attempts by the government in ensuring value addition and value creation in growth addition. One, the MAMSA in 1985, the DFRI in 1986, the establishment of NAFON Bank, the SMEs, among others. The NIDB that was later collapsed, the Nigerian Bank for Commerce and Industry that was later collapsed, then the Development Bank of Nigeria that has taken over the Upper Development Bank, as well as other poverty alleviation programs. You cannot eradicate poverty without creating wealth. And that goes into the infrastructures we see in the country, how to develop those infrastructures, and how to make the people viable within the country. So government as well came up with a lot of programs in poverty alleviation between 1999 to today. One, the SDGs came up, poverty alleviation program, the recent Anchor Borrower Scheme through the National Community Bank, the establishment of Nigerian Community Investment Authority, which was recently, the board was just recently inaugurated by Mr. President, the All Farmers of Nigeria Association, the formation of those, and then even the new map. The new map is the Nigeria Erosion Water program that is managing the South. You will not appreciate what the new map is doing except you using the South, where a substantial portion of the land, I think in some states up to 1/3 of the land is ravaged by erosion. In 2016 and 2019, federal government led people into investment and value creation with wealth addition. The federal government program of 2019 that says they will create employment in the 774 local government, the 6 local government having 10 is a pointer to that direction in trying to create wealth and reduce poverty in the land. This they are doing in conjunction with the ANAN, and we are hoping that very soon we will see the light of the day. One of the challenges that we have spoken about that we hope will be taken over or that will be ameliorated continue. It was after the Civil War that the government introduced National Youth Service Corps, and I think a number of us here, there are very few people in this world that have not benefited from that scheme. And everyone says that it's a very good scheme, that they hope it will be revitalized and be better today. In continuation, the challenge of history. Nigeria has faced a lot of challenges in history. Right from the colonial rule in Nigeria, the North and South is an issue. From the historical legacy, regionalism became an issue, the state government became an issue. In fact, there are some states right now, even in the north, to give the indigenous letter. Some other states will say, no, we want to give the same last letter. So we keep asking ourselves, which one is which one, and we want to do the same issue. So that becomes an issue for us. The next is the lack of strong and patriotic leadership that we have. Yes, sometimes you see the leadership, as soon as they come into government, there are a lot of influences, left, right, and center. Oh, you are from my community. No, it's from my village. No, it's from my business. No, it's from that. And that does not allow the leaders to settle for nation building. And that becomes a great challenge. Then the challenge of tribalism. Leadership and tribalism. This is an Hausa. No, it's an Igbo man. No, this is a Yoruba man. And so on and so on. So we should first of all identify ourselves as Nigerians and then work together for the country and ensure the country is able to achieve the goals and objectives, especially in the transition. Then the citizenship challenge that I have mentioned about, like what I said earlier on about the citizenship challenge, like I said earlier, one says that a state will be asking you, where's your letter of indigenous? The other will say, no, we're not giving them, we're giving them letter of settlers. Do we really need letter of settlers? Do we need letter of settlers? Do we need letter of indigenous? Identify you that these are the laws and regulations that establish who is a citizen in the country. And once you have come and you have something to add within the country, I am an advocate that that person should be allowed to perform the best he can without necessarily going to be. I had an experience in my ELSA. That was in 2014. From Abuja, I took a speedboat that took me 2.5 hours to Akasa Island. Even people from Rivers and Bayelsa will tell you they don't know Akasa Island. 2.5 hours. And I was told, because we started in the morning very early, we got there around 10. Started around 7, we got there around 10. The only person that had a small kiosk in Akasa Island was a cameraman. The only person in 2014. And I was the only person that sold pure water and Coca-Cola to me. It was an Hausa man from Kano State in Akasa Island, 2014. If he has stayed in Akasa Island and has improved life in Akasa Island, and even married an Ijodi, who is sent to Kano to go and fraternize with his people, I went to come back happy because I kept contact with him over time. He's developing the area, he's making his contribution as far as citizenship and leadership is concerned in that community. Why would you not tell me that you don't remember? The case of Mama in Enugu before independence, that he won assembly elections in 1958, it's still constructive. He's from Sokoto State. He won House of Assembly, regional House of Assembly election in 1958 in Enugu under the Eastern region. Of course, we have seen a project of them around the north or around the south, especially in Lagos these days. But what keeps us away, largely these days, is because we do not have that patriotism in us. The patriotism is weak. So how do we build that patriotism so that we can make ourselves relevant and we'll be able to do this nation building effectively? One of the ways we do it is that we should see ourselves first as Nigeria. We should be able to work for Nigeria. We should be able to live for Nigeria. We should be able to appreciate Nigeria and appreciate one another. If you don't appreciate yourselves, I appreciate myself. Those that don't appreciate themselves, let me see them please. If they do, let them say, I appreciate myself. Very good. So we'll continue in ANAN family. The religious bigotry that you see as well is another driving factor. Yes, religion is the opium of the masses. That's what socialists will tell you. Religion is there. It's there for you. It has do's and don'ts. Nobody querying your religion, your belief, your interest, what you want to do about your religion. The one you now go to your anything that happens, no, it's religion. Anything that happens is a Muslim. Is a Christian. No, it's a free thinker. No.
systems, they are there for them, for you. You have to do it and practice them as a person. Even those companies that are taking religion to a higher level, they don't. Religion is for practice. It's your practice that shows who you are in religion. It's not mentioning. The moment you begin to mention that this is where you are, I know that you want to take advantage. I know that you want to take advantage. I know a lot of people know that kind of situation. Therefore, we should try as much as possible and review the issue of tribalism as well as the issue of priority. Let our goals, objectives guide our performance in ensuring that we have a stable and a well-created nation in the country. We have a lot of infrastructural gap. The only way we can do that, we have a lot of deficit. I remember Mr. President in last year's budget, he said about 11 trillion naira. They can only muzzle about 7 or 8 trillion naira for the others going to come through budget deficit. You're going to finance them. I know you and cry, the government has been facing when they say they want to go and collect the dividends of unclaimed dividends at the capital market. Every day you want to listen to the other, one to listen to the other. Now the president is that government should be able to evolve a way, a simple way of ensuring that such funds are not lying down. They are not lying down. Nobody is getting them. Of course, I know that the documentation is going to clear them. It's going to stealing a lot of people and pushing a lot of people away. They should be able to simplify the documentation and clearing some of these things. Because we don't, our record keeping is very poor. And that brings me to the issue of taxation. When you look at the taxation, what is the capacity of the populace today in the taxation? Because of poor record keeping. We're not able to do much out of it. If you tell you why, they say, oh, the other day I was transferred, no, the other day they tell me. Even if they want to ask it. So I propagate that the government should be able to reduce, minimize the level of documentation as far as dividends, unclaimed dividends, and then operations in the capital market is concerned. Another challenge is our nature of democracy. Most Nigerians support the principle of democracy, such as forming government based on the rule of the majority, respect for rule of law. We have tended to have either military rule or defensive civilian government, either in terms of accountability or respect for the rule of law. Therefore, while most of us now agree that we will not have military rule, our vision and practice of democracy are not uniform. Today, as election, say, oh, we now press off. If everybody struggle to get to the government, because once the government is this party, be sure that the local council are going to be tilted towards that. And once elections have been declared, the other person will say, no worry, we'll go to court. When we get to the bridge, we shall cross it. Nobody is looking at, oh, we have lost election guarantee. What do we do to lose this election? So what are we going to do to improve in the next dispensation? That should be our thing. A small accident, even in Abuja town here, once you have a small accident, nobody will want to listen to you and tell you that, oh, what happened? How did it happen? The next thing that you carry his phone, you know? And please, can I speak to that commissioner of police? And one idiot here, he will talk about what has happened. Then when the other one comes, if he knows an AIG, he says, please, is the AIG around? And blah, blah, blah. If the other one to come and he knows the AIG, yes, please, can I get to the AIG police? Yes. What is the real thing that happens to us as Nigerians? Because these are things that will invariably have effect on the way we create our wealth, on the way we live, on the way we add value in our global system. That is very important. These are things that constrain our development as a country and in our wealth, in our quest for wealth creation and not change. The challenge of power sharing. We keep having power sharing issues. If you come today, the power moves from here to down. There's rotation, there's no rotation, there's this, there's that. Well, these are all internal politics that should be understood. The truth of the matter is that if we have the will to develop and move as a country, whether there's power sharing or there's no power sharing, government is a continuous business. Governance is a continuous business. So once someone is on the saddle and they have been able to do his own and stop somewhere, continue from where he stopped. Because it is to serve the people, it's not to serve yourself. So we must have that will to create the necessary enabling environment to achieve our desired goals as a nation. That will help us in wealth creation, wealth value addition, and then we enhance our infrastructure so that we can come. When you talk to anybody in the country, you say, no, you see, investors are not coming in. I did a comparative study in 1998. 95% of those that came into Nigeria in 1995 and 96 came into Nigeria because of oil and gas. I was part of the team. We did a compendium which was launched in 1996. It was called Doing Business in Nigeria. It was under the auspices of Chief Anthony Ani. Our chairman, the chairman of the committee there was Mr. Steve Owasai, who was later head of service. 95% of the investment that flew into Nigeria between 96 and 97 came into oil and gas. Of course, because the oil and gas was the most perishable tool. That was the area that is being developed. And then the major thing that was discovered in our company then was our notorious cash crop. The oil companies will deal you with cash crop. They will start doing a cash crop, tomorrow cash crop, until they are able to put it behind. That's what the PIA has decided, and we're looking forward to a newer and better operated industry in oil and gas. Amen. I say amen to my country. Amen. The next challenge we're looking at, what is our other challenges that are there? Challenge of socio-economic inequalities. This one was a commissioner, he made money. This one was not a commissioner, he didn't make money. So the day you become a commissioner, they're waiting for you to make your money. You come back to your society and say, look at the vision. Everybody is buying cheap. You came out with small motor. So nobody wants to look at you. What did you go to do? What was your objective? What was your own major goals? And did you achieve it? Did you make the country better? Did you make your society better? Not you as an individual. What you need as an individual is what? It's minimum. It's minimum. So what the country requires for us to go ahead is what is most important to us. I don't know what want to do institutions. Look at the universities that we have. Until very recently, when private universities came in, apart from the state universities that we have, how many states have been able to build additional state universities outside the one they have done? Look at the people day in, day out, federal universities in every state, state university in every state, but just one. The only other state that have been able to do that I have seen recently is Ondo State, Kano State, yes, Federal University of Medical Sciences at Ondo, then Ondo State University at Abuja, then Kano State University, Metamasule University, and then University of Technology at Abuja. States that you can count that have additional, because of the population. Of course, we have seen a lot of states universities that have come up. The essence is, it's not about building the university that is only the best, but fund them, get the necessary infrastructures, get the manpower. The population that is growing, according to Thomas Malthus, if the population is growing astronomically, then the production should equally follow. Otherwise, there will be gap. And those gaps is what is happening today. And that explains what is happening today in the social things we are seeing in the society today. Tomorrow is Boko Haram. Next tomorrow is bandits. Next tomorrow is now. And so on and so on. So we hope that some of these things will be concluded and then we become a thing of the past. In trying to conclude, because as we try and finish up, the challenge of building through democracy and development, as I've said, looking at institutions for fostering public integrity, public service delivery, judicial institutions, institutions for economic governance. We must return to the schools to their traditional functions, like value clarification. If you go back to your school system, you and me have attended, and you and 34 have attended, we learned a lot about the traditions, the value system of our society. But these days, if you take a child who's in primary school and ask him, the next thing you know is A, B, C, A for apple, B for ball. He never teach him how to say, stealing is bad, cheating is bad, exam. These are things that you will inculcate and grow up with over time. There's a state and capital. What are you telling Abia is Umaya or you don't tell him? Someday you will grow, you know the state capital of Abia is Umaya. But nothing that was being inculcated in him that will make sure that you know and know that the value system that are living. When a Nigerian leader by word or deed is able to convince a large section of Nigerian enemies and the wider public about the vision for a better tomorrow, then Nigeria will truly be on the way to national greatness. One of our experience in the past has been disappointing. We have every reason to think and believe that the future is not too bright. With these few words,
my duty contributions, I leave you, and I thank you very much. Good afternoon. One round of applause for Dr. Sani Mohammed Kahiru, SCNA. You're welcome. You can have a seat, sir. As I welcome the chairman of session to invite the second discussant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sani, for this paper. I'll just pick 2 points and mention them briefly. And the first point I want to mention is that wealth creation, I hope you can hear me. Wealth creation is not really that much dependent on government. Everybody believes that the wealth of a nation is created by government. I think the wealth of a nation is created by citizens. The government facilitates in most cases, and while the government engages in direct wealth creation, then sometimes you have a problem. Now, the issue of value addition, and this is very critical because most African countries add little value. That is why we remain poor. The higher the value addition, the higher the level of industrialization of the nation, the greater you are able to participate in the global value chain, and the richer the nation is. Why is Nigeria's position? Nigeria has been retrogressive. Why? Because we are deindustrializing for the past 20 years or so. Nigeria has been slowly deindustrializing. So our participation and our ability to increase value, to add value, has also been declining. And consequently, that also damaged our capacity to grow the economy. So I hope my contribution has helped in clarifying some of issues raised by the paper presenters, Malan Sani. Thank you so much, and I will now invite our acting Vice Chancellor, ANAN University, to give us a few thoughts on the paper.
Our amiable President, Chairman of Council, the Chairperson of the session, the Speaker, my co-discussants, this particularly to rely on the protocol already established by the Speaker, so that I can make progress and take the time. I want to leave the 5 minutes given to me just for me to get a few comments and add value to the paper. Then I will also request David to use take 1 or 2 minutes to talk about the university because this is a golden opportunity for me to say something about the university. So please let me just use the 2 minutes I have to say something about the topic of discussion, which is wealth and valuation perspectives in nation building. And I want to start actually by congratulating the speaker for the job well done, has done fantastically well. What I'm expected to do is just to add value to the presentation. For the purpose of adding value and save a lot of time, because I have my discussion in slides, and I will expect and hope that this slide will be made available to participants. Let me just highlight some key takeaways from the paper, so that even if we have not had all that have been said, let's have some things to take away from this paper, from our perspective, not from the takeaway in the paper. My own said in this paper so that we can go with it. The second phase, I will actually make my contribution, and I will be looking at the topic from a different viewpoint, and that is the viewpoint of integrated reporting and of integrated thinking or reporting and sustainability reporting approach to wealth and value creation. Because this is very germane, this is very relevant to the conference we talk about. Integrated thinking, integrated reporting, sustainability reporting, we are actually coming into accountants. And I want to tell you eventually that integrated thinking, integrated reporting has as a method of invocation value creation. Integrated thinking, integrated reporting, which is a reporting that has been developed by accountants themselves, actually addresses the issue of value creation. Is applicable to both private and public sector. So I will just talk quickly about that, and then I will make some few recommendations, and then I will talk about the university. So I will jump to the introduction and go straight to what I consider the key contributions of the paper. I said there are some key takeaways from this paper, and one of the key takeaways from this paper is that for the purpose of national building, national way, a country must invest in different classes of assets, different classes of assets. Therefore, you can see even from the presentation itself, it is alluding to the fact that we have different classes of assets, which is what is really what interpretation and integrated reporting is all about. The 6 capitals. So 6 different assets, 6 capitals, call them assets. They use them in integrated thinking, integrated reporting, they are used interchangeably. So we need to invest in different classes of assets. This is very important if we actually want to achieve national building. There's also the need for Nigeria as a country to deal with less dynamic and low value added domestic activities, especially the activities of the SMEs. I think we emphasize that very seriously in the paper. Let's have a situation where the activities of SMEs will be linked to the local value chain. We emphasize that and actually demonstrated how that can be done. We say we can learn from the experience of China to be able to do that. Because China today is the second largest economy after US, and these are some of the things it has done, linking some of SMEs activities to global value chain. So this is a major takeaway from this paper. Another takeaway is that Nigeria also is strengthening its oil and gas value chain. We have oil and gas, but because of the backward integration that has been emphasized, we have not been benefiting from our oil and gas industry in terms of creation of jobs and several other things we need to actually benefit. They are not really there because we have that it is important to invest in different classes of assets, just as the speaker said. What is what is really very critical is that you need to know how much you actually invest and how much, which class of assets are you actually going to invest on. I said in this paper that as far as determining how much to save and how much to invest is concerned, Nigeria has done much on that, not very much. And that is why when it comes to wealth, it will surprise you to know that Nigeria has a high place in terms of wealth creation. Look at the Credit Suisse 2021 as it extracted that total wealth of nation list by this bills. You will see the position of Nigeria. You will be surprised. Nigeria is ahead of several countries that ordinarily you will think are better than us, including Kuwait, for example, from this credit list is better. Still also, as I said, you can also look at there is also a publication by UN
by the World Bank comparing the UN and IMF data as far as the world is concerned. You can also see that and see how Nigeria is performing. And then I said, with regards to value creation, we can do it by focusing on the 6 capitals. And if we are focusing on the 6 capitals, we can learn from what some accountants have actually done. For example, in South Africa, we also have what we call the City of Johannesburg Value Creation Process. City of Johannesburg Value Creation Process. It's already there, you can learn. This is a diagram where you get to learn. How do you combine the 6 different capitals? Financial capital, the produce capital, the social and relational capital, the natural capital, the intellectual capital. How do you combine them? Have programs, have specific policies, and that is where government actually comes in, because government policy is key to creating value as far as the economy is concerned. So we need to look at the policies that deal with these different capitals, and then look at the output, which is the proportion of GDP, gross domestic product, and then beyond that, integrated reporting. We go beyond that to look at what is called the outcome. The outcome is sometimes also referred to as the impact. What is the impact on the lives of the citizens? Are we better off? That is the concern of integrated reporting. And in integrated reporting, we usually de-emphasize the issue of gross domestic product, because gross domestic product can create a lot of confusion. For those of us that were opportunity to listen to the President of Chairman of Council recently, when he participated in the AIT program on the Q2 GDP. I'm sure you have what he said. A lot of issues. The GDP is actually covering the fact that there are improvements, and when you look at the well-being of the citizens, you see something different. It's because GDP is really very efficient when it comes to measuring and creating value for the citizens. Let me just actually go very fast to my key recommendations, because somebody has told me that my time is almost over. I have the following recommendations as far as this particular presentation is concerned. One of my recommendations is that focus must shift away from the overemphasis in measuring output, which is the preparation of gross domestic product, to measuring wealth, and is changing over time from the ITR and SR perspective. Simply I'm saying there should be a shift from simple backward looking indicators of growth, such that we now begin to look at long-term sustainable impact on the citizens. This is very important. There is also a recommendation I've made that Nigeria is one of the countries that is dependent on non-renewable natural capital, because we are combining natural capital. Natural capital actually dominates the assets of developing countries. And the information available and the data available have shown that at a point in time, almost all the countries in the world had reason to depend on natural resources. But what happened? They were able to change that particular situation. By what? By really taking the rent from natural resources and then investing in other forms of capitals, especially these two capitals. One of them is the human capital, and the second one is really the social, administrative, or the relational capital. These are what countries have done, and we are saying that if country has to move forward and to achieve our national and nation building, then we have to find a system where we will also have to do that, investing also, and using what I call the Hardwick rule. And the Hardwick rule says that you have to harness the natural resources, take the rent, and then invest in other capitals. I have also this important recommendation which I want to share, that if we're actually moving away from GDP to other outcome indicators, then we have to actually look at it from the point of view of sustainable indicators. And there are 4 sustainable indicators as far as integrated reporting, integrated thinking, and sustainable reporting in public sector is concerned. If we want to achieve political value, that is improving the social well-being of people, then we have to look at it from the economic sustainability indicators. How? Not just GDP. GDP has improved. It's not enough. What about the poverty rate? Look at it from a sustainable perspective. Over the last 5 years, what has been our data with regards to poverty? Is there improvement? Are we actually improving as far as poverty is concerned? Are we creating more jobs or are we destroying jobs? This is very important. What about unemployment rate? Are we actually seeing some improvement in that over the years? This is critical, and that is the emphasis of sustainability integrated reporting. What about inflation rate over time? What about the interest rate? What about foreign exchange rate over time? Before you begin to talk about GDP, GDP should be the least. If GDP can actually increase, even if you don't manipulate it, because I don't really actually believe that you must manipulate GDP before it grows. Why? Because this World Bank, UN, IMF have other ways of getting independent information. So you don't even have to manipulate it. There are inherent weaknesses in the GDP itself. So don't rely on our illiteracy rate. Illiteracy rate, we need to look at life expectancy, steady improvement. What about population dependence? How many of us are really able to sponsor, take people to school, they pass to us, and we become independent, they are no longer dependent on us. We need to look at this kind of issues. Electricity supply is also part of our defense. What about insecurity or crime rates, especially in our country? These are also indicators of sustainability, social sustainability. We look at housing access. We look at World Happiness Report score. How many of us are happy? Now, there are agencies that are really assessing our happiness, and they can do that for us if we actually want that to be done. We also look at administrative sustainability indicators, and this has to do with cost of governance. Have we recorded some reasonable reduction in cost of governance? We have been talking about cost of governance over time. Pending services to cost of governance. What has happened to cost of governance over time? We need to look at that because we cannot actually create value if and get some reasonable outcome that will be impactful on the citizens if the cost of governance is very high. What about ease of doing business? What is the rating of Nigeria as far as that? And over time, what about corruption rates? What about quality of governance institutions? This is also very important. And finally, this is the last thing. Finally, I will talk about the environmental sustainability. And sustainability from the environmental perspective has to do with sustainable resources use or resource use, energy, water. In countries that are not developed, you cannot actually waste water. You get water as you need it, isn't it? So it's actually, when you put your hand, that is when the water begins to drop. When you remove the hand, it's sensitive to eating the food. But is that how we actually use water in Nigeria? Is that how we use electricity in Nigeria? How many of us are actually conscious of? So we need to look at this if we actually want to. And then the air water pollution control rate. What is our rating? Oil, soil and hazardous waste control rate. What's our rating here? And living planet index. What is our rating? And what is living planet index? It has to do with our preservation of the living things in our seas and the land, the animals, the plants. How are we actually preserving all these things? This is actually very important as far as the IACON is concerned. Finally, I said professional accountants undoubtedly have critical role to play in driving the value creation process because integrated reporting, integrated thinking is the work of the accountant. Unfortunately, very sorry to just get some little time. We had to argue, and the second vice president will remember when we were in Mozambique. Our senior brothers actually told that. Please let me also use just 1 or 2 minutes very quickly to talk about the university. was granted license. We are inundated by a lot of demand calls. When will you start selling forms who want to join, who want to actually apply? We are very conscious of the fact that we are operating in a very risky environment. And therefore, what we have done is to take the risks ourselves as officers, principal officers of the university. We have taken that risk, we'll be there, but we are not ready to risk the lives of our potential students. And it is for this reason that we said we'll operate what we call one-month learning approach. And in 1 month, we'll be giving you the lectures, the comfort of your office, wherever you are. We want to make that seamless, very easy for you. We have already advertised for the admissions some weeks back, precisely 6th of August. Our advert has been on there. The response has not been quite aggressive. We have actually been trying to understand the problem. We identified some. They said it's because ANAN members have not been given concession. Concession in terms of what? They said in terms of the fee. We said we have agreed, we are taking 25% for ANAN members. We are still expecting some. What about the risks? Plus, you don't want to come to us. We said no problem. By the form, we will deliver our lectures online. This is also there. We are already considering concession in terms of the academic curriculum. We want to tell you that we will agree on that and we will release that. As far as the academic concession is concerned, we need to look at NUC requirements. The ones that will not affect NUC requirements, we will waive for our ANAN members, especially those of us that have passed through the college. We'll give you concession so that you can. We have also identified the fact that some of us don't even know that we have a website. So people have difficulty even going to the website to apply because they're doing that everything online. We have resolved that we will bring it down to our level so that we'll find a way of doing what we call a hybrid approach. Hybrid approach means that we'll provide a manual approach, but it will go online eventually. We are working on that. We'll get all these things ready for us, and then we'll feed you with additional information. Unfortunately, most of the information we pass through the social media, we pass through our website, and I'm surprised most people don't even see some of this information. That is why we have made available some handbills which have been distributed. Please, we have some lines for those of us that are interested and we want to patronize the ANAN University. There are a lot of advantages you will get by coming into ANAN University, especially as pioneer students. We are guaranteeing you camping completion. We are guaranteeing you that we will not give you, charge you additional fees. If your program is 2 years, if for any reason you don't give within 2 years, you will complete it. If you have to exceed 2 years, we will not actually charge additional fees like public universities will do. We will give you the charge for only 2 years. These are some of the incentives we are actually bringing in, hoping that we will encourage people to actually apply. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and God bless you.
Please, I appreciate Professor Musa Iwapodo. You have given us very great, stimulating, intellectually enriching discourses. We hereby invite Professor Nadia around to invite. Now, we invite Professor Warren. To give us
Mr. President, and all the dignitaries here present, the chairman of this session, the lead presenter, vice chancellor, who just gave us that exhilarating discussion. Mr. President, let me begin by thanking you for what you've done for Nigeria, in the profession, and in the academia. But I also want to ask you to kindly thank the organizers for recognizing that the operators are people different. This is the first time I'm having to look at the audience straight through the podium. This podium is meant for people like us. I can see the taller ones bending over to look at their papers. But it is so comfortable for me. So, Mr. President, please thank the organizers for me. You know, Dr. Sani, you did a wonderful job. I read the paper in its entirety, and I realized that it concentrated on wealth, on nation building, identified challenges, and provide recommendation. I see it as a well-researched, well-thought out, and well-thought-out paper. I thank you very much. I have been told I only have 2 minutes. I'll attempt to fit my discussion into 2 minutes. In his presentation, he talked about wealth as income plus value addition, and I agree completely. Wealth has to do with income and value addition. My question is, where should this wealth reside? With the nation or with the individual? Some might say both. Others might say the nation. But with due respect to my chairman of this session, she alluded to the fact that the individual has to be rich, or be wealthy rather, before the nation becomes wealthy. Here in academics, we agree to disagree. I like to agree with that to a certain extent, but permit me to also veer the other way around and say, is there anything wrong with the nation being rich or being wealthy? And then the old Rosto philosophy of trickle-down coming into play here. That is when the nation is rich, the nation is wealthy, the individuals within the nation also tap into that process. That is what I am going to talk about right now, and I encourage ANAN to see if they can push the envelope as much as possible to get the federal government to think in that direction. Now, I am not delivering a new paper. I am simply latching on to what Dr. Sani did so beautifully well. Now, for a nation to become wealthy, you need discipline minus corruption. In other words, wealth is a function of discipline minus corruption for the nation. But for the individual, wealth has to do more with ideological foundation. What do you think as a Nigerian is of value to you? Is it money made in a corrupt fashion, or wealth created through thinking, through hard work, through contributions, and through value addition to whatever you have? And so, I want to begin from the ideological perspective. Once the ideology of the individual is that I must have it whichever way, latching onto the old axiom that the end justifies the means. It has been disputed in psychology, it doesn't work. The end must not always justify the means. So let's change that ideology for the nation. Let us begin to look differently how national wealth is organized, how it is managed. And so I want to dwell straight into one of Dr. Sani's key areas, that of the sovereign wealth fund. Is that useful in any way? Absolutely. Very, very useful indeed. without boring you, I'll ask us to take a look at 5 different countries. 5 top countries that decided to a top-down approach. Let the country be wealthy, and the individuals within that same country will also become wealthy. The top on that list is Norway, with excess of $1 trillion wealth fund. I see Abuja, I see China, I see Kuwait, I also see Saudi Arabia. Now, what has that got to do with what we're talking about here? What it has to do, actually, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that those 5 countries also rank topmost in not just the wealth of the nation, but in per capita income. I want to go for 1 minute. All right, I'll take 4 minutes. So the per capita income of all those countries are much higher than all the other countries in the world. Why? Because of the size and the potency of the management of their sovereign wealth fund. With 1 minute to go, let me go straight to my recommendation. Mr. President and distinguished senior colleagues in ANAN, I would recommend that ANAN takes the fight to the federal government treasury this minute. That of encouraging Nigeria to increase the size of its sovereign wealth fund. That will trickle down to the individual for as long as the ideological foundation of the individual is also taken with. Meaning, we need a second round of national reorientation. For Nigeria to be wealthy, for the individual to be wealthy, we must change our ideology and get governments to do more in terms of strengthening the nation's wealth via the sovereign wealth fund. Thank you, Mr. President. MC, you're ready.
A warm round of applause for Professor Warren. You're welcome, sir. However, I invite at this time, we'll open the discussion by taking only 2 questions, a man and a woman. The president of ANAN and ESCO graduate process object. I am here to talk about waste management, wasting of the resources, wasting of time, can also cause problems in value of the wealth. The way, and I want to tell that because it is innovations and creativity, because even the capital management of the level is wasted. This should be considered in any platform of management institutions carry again waste. You have to add more value to the wealth. The vision thinking, the mission, the objective, which are not implemented, can also affect the objective for which the vision was made to create wealth. Thank you. A woman, please. The last question, please. Any female woman who wants to ask a question? No question, and that doesn't. Okay, only one question, just one question.
I am from the state. President, National University of Education. 3 things. 1, information that so many things who have
President, Chairman of Council, Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, Professor Benjamin Socio-economic.
I don't prefer how it is. Just keep it normal.
All council members here present,
No, I did.
our past president here present, distinguished fellows, members of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be reading the communique at the end of this 26th Annual National Conference of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria. Please would like you to pay attention because this communique will be published in the national dailies within the next few weeks. And whatever we put together here, we have simply put it together on behalf of all of us. And so as we'll be reading it together now, the idea is not to read it to us. The idea is to read it, then any observations that we have, page by page, or correction that we think should be made, we will do it together now. So that at the end of the day, we'll be submitting to the National Secretariat of ANAN, from where the CEO will pick it up and do the needful. So please you read along with us, and you have your observation. The MC will be here as we ask for observations and correction line by line. So ICT, please can you move it up? Let us start move it from the logo so that we can have a full screen. By 76 of 1993, now CAP A26 LFN 2004. My name is Kyle Efasha. I'm the chairman of the rapporteur, with me in this team, which is what you already have in your brochure. I have Mrs. Shiva Ray Kondo, I have Alaji Bello Rahman, and Dr. Mrs. Ofo Nkechi. It's not been an easy task this last few days. So this is a communique issued at the end of the 26th Annual National Conference of Certified National Accountants, held from Monday 6th to Thursday 9th September 2021 at the International Conference Center, Abuja. The association, the preamble. All right. The Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, ANAN, held the 26th Annual National Conference of Certified National Accountants at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria, from Monday 6th to Thursday 9 September 2021. The conference was declared open on Tuesday, 7 September 2021, by the former governor of Kaduna State, Alhaji Ramalan Yero. We are bringing this together, and if there's any observation you have now, the MC, please, I'd like you to just be there, because we want the observation to be made line by line now, I mean page by page, before we move to the next page. So if you have any observation from this first slide, please don't take it yet. Was the other dignitaries present at the conference where I think we should take that one to her. Okay, sir. Change it there for me. ICT. Other dignitaries present at the conference, I think that should be her instead of where, correctly. Please change that to her, so that everybody can see whether it should be out or where. Okay, declared open. Okay. Is that the conference was declared open and not opened. Correct?
Yes.
Good.
Alhaji, ALA.
Which one? Alhaji, okay, ALA full stop. ALA full stop, okay.
Why don't you write the Alhaji?
Okay, we should write the Alhaji in full.
Alhaji in full.
Okay, write the Alhaji in full. Good. Now we put that the other dignitaries present at the conference are or were. Where?
They're away.
Okay. Somebody is raising his hand there.
So there's a correction. The conference was held from Monday 6th to Wednesday 8th September.
Okay. Conference ends today.
Yes.
Okay.
Tomorrow. Okay.
No comma after Thursday, right? And no comma after Monday. I see you are getting that. Then it ends on Wednesday.
Will you come after Wednesday?
No, it ends on Wednesday. That's the correction now. It's not Thursday. The conference ends today. Tomorrow is fellowship.
Wednesday, come out and move.
So it's going to be. I hope I'm being guided. The conference ends today or tomorrow. Where's the CEO? So it's Thursday. So give me that Thursday. Fellowship is part of the conference.
Yes, fellowship is part of the conference.
Thank you very much. So it's Thursday. So we're in order.
Yes. Sir, other dignitaries present at the conference include not where.
So other dignitaries present at the conference includes, this can you put include instead of where? We have just like 20 minutes to wrap this up, so we need to just be very fast. Include of FCT Mohammed Musa Bello, Accountant General of the Federation, CEO, Pan-African Federation of Accountants.
Owner of CEO.
Who come out there after CEO? Chairman, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Executive Secretary, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. President, Chairman of Council, Association of Professional Bodies in Nigeria. Chairman, President, Chairman of Council, Challenge of Taxation of Nigeria. President, Chairman of Council, Nigerian Estates Surveyor.
Challenge of Taxation of Nigeria, not common taxation.
Did you see?
Challenge of Taxation
of Taxation of Nigeria. Challenge of Taxation of Nigeria. Then Nigerian Estate Surveyor, I don't know whether that's the exact.
I want to confirm it. Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors. NIA. Yes.
Nigeria what?
Institute of
Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor.
Yes, surveyors.
Have you put that?
Surveyors.
Help us put that one. President, Chairman of Council, Nigerian Institute of Building. Surveyors. Yeah? Please give it. Raise your hand. Let us see you.
Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, NIS, Group of Estates.
So it's not that that's good. Nigerian Surveyors. certified fraud examiners of Nigeria, President Chairman of Council of Nigeria. Did we miss anybody out? Please, let's go on. We're going to remove, please, don't mind the yellow background of the next one. Please go ahead.
The first right as icon number 1. Icon should be placed at number 1. Icon should be transposed to the number 1 spot.
After APPN, sir?
Yes.
After APPN? Yes. Hello, President of the Management. Okay, sir. ICANN should go after APPN.
ICANN comes after APPN. Yes.
President Academy of Management Nigeria.
The President and Chairman of the President to Chairman.
Yes.
The Academy of Management Nigeria.
President to Chairman, the way we put it there, the Academy of Management Nigeria.
But remember also that the executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service was represented. FIR.
Academy of Management Nigeria. Sorry. Chairman, President to Chairman, comma, the Academy.
The Academy.
Comma after the chairman, yeah. The capital Academy. Why? Not IC. Yeah. The Academy of Management Nigeria. Thank you, sir. Then, Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service. FRS. So over 4,000 participants attended the conference. About 4,000. Let's use about 4,000. About 4,000 participants attended the conference. So we can go to the next slide. Bring it up fully. Thank you. The conference theme, strategic options for economic recovery, role of the accountants, with well-researched papers presented by experts drawn from the academia, industry, and public sector of the economy, was exhaustively discussed in various discussion panels under the following sub-themes. 1. Ethical financial inclusion for economic recovery. 2. Earning and sustaining public trust, the accountants' challenges and options. 3. Exploring new opportunities for nation building, ethical accountant as a strategic planner. And 4. Wealth and value creation perspective in nation building. So I'd like us to look at this before we leave this page. Any correction that you have there?
The conference chairman, Honorable Dr. Yusuf, over the home, the chairman also of the Foreign Affairs, Federal Representative. You know what it is.
Any correction, please? Somebody is there. Okay, number 3 should be to the order of the presentation. Sorry, say number 3 should be number 2. Y2 should be 3.
That should be transposed. Correction here.
Are we transposed? So we have ethical financial inclusion for economic recovery 1, 2, exploring new opportunities for nation building, ethical accountants and strategic partner 3, ending and sustaining public trust, the accountants' challenges and options, and 4, wealth and value creation perspective in nation building. Yes, sir. Okay, it's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Was exhaustively discussed by various discussion panels. The name should be replaced by ban.
Was exhaustively discussed by various discussion panels. That's the correct answer. Okay. So, please can we move to the next? Hold on.
Correction.
Hold on. Give him the microphone.
Include the paper presented by the Papa economy, not limited to Nigerian economy. Because the paper is tested outside the economy. Are you getting me?
I don't agree with that. Did you get what he said? Give it to Prof. Prof wants to say something.
These are the substance. It's okay, but that one should also be reported.
Thank you. Everything that happened in the conference will not be in the communique. But the important thing are what we have already publicized. But we're taking note of that. So please can you move to the next? We need to be fast before people get tired. Don't forget that we cannot exhaust everything here. Even after we have done this correction, if you still go to the secretariat, by the office of the CEO. The conference was chaired by Honorable Dr. Yusuf Buba Yaku, Entrepreneurship Development Center, and former Deputy Vice Chancellor Ebonyi State University presented the keynote address. General observation. Participants at the conference observed as follows. That 1. So before you move, can we proceed? Okay, let me hear. Look at them and give them the microphone. Okay.
As follows, expunge the gas.
As follows. So we can proceed. All right, move everything so that you start with one. Move everything up. Let me observe that. Make it observe that. So let us see. Remove the as follows.
I hope the resolutions come after the observation.
Sir?
I hope the resolutions come after the observation.
Yes, sir. We have recommendations and implementation strategies. Is this okay like this? Observe that. Then, all right. So take it up so that we can see it moving. Good. 1. Observe that from the beginning. Now 1. Financial inclusion being a key enabler for economic recovery is a basic strategy for economic growth with the potential to improve the economic situation of individuals, thereby alleviating poverty. 2. Financial inclusion have access to financial services that will enhance the economic opportunities, boost productivity in various sectors, and contribute to economic development. 3. Illiteracy of rural dwellers, lack of digital and physical infrastructures, lack of sensitization from government, financial institutions, finance and accounting associations are challenges to drive economic inclusion in Nigeria. Before we move on, please, we'd like you to digest this just in 1 minute and make corrections. Please look at them. Please, any observations?
Item number 2. Financial inclusion.
Yes, sir.
Financial inclusion and undeserving people. You should have a comma after people.
Okay. Comma after people. Tell us here then.
I have no information.
Okay, let's finish with them first. Give me the microphone.
Listen, I humbly wish to suggest that Mama and Anne shouldn't go together.
Okay.
We remove one. Then, number 3, Finance and Accounting Associations, not association.
Okay. Noted. Finance and Accounting Associations.
Is it undeserving or underserving? Unbanked and undeserving, or unbanked and underserving people?
Okay. I think we'll make it like what you said on the set.
Underserved people.
On the set. Number 2. Financial inclusion enables unbanked and served people.
Under, as the yes.
It's okay. iPhone between the under and the set. And remove the comma after people. And comma, okay, there shouldn't be comma there. Any other corrections on this? Alright, go to 4, from page number 4 to the next it can be. Okay, just leave it there. Number 4, provision of banking services in the rural areas through rural branches of commercial banks and ATM transactions will contribute positively to economic growth in Nigeria. 5, sustainability of financial inclusion for rural dwellers in Nigeria is a developmental policy which the 3 tiers of government should be made to play leadership role. Before we move on, can we have your criticism? Anybody? So we can move to the next one. So move to 6 to the next page. Okay. 6. Number 6, Nigeria is blessed with an array of talented individuals in various callings, yet many Nigerians are living in abject poverty due to lack of entrepreneurial acumen, executive capacity, and political will. Number 7, career opportunities, corporate transformation, high demand for health sector equipment, diversification of the oil sector, tax and income planning opportunities, and so on, are components of strategic options and new opportunities for economic recovery. 8, ethical accountants should be courageous enough to be political and contest elections to afford himself the opportunity to build the nation. Let us see what we have there.
So the political. To afford themselves.
Or you call the first one ethical accountants, drop the S.
Sorry. Can you bring that back? MC. You are leader, yes. Give me the mic.
Excuse me. Can you drop S from that ethical accountants? Or the ethical accountant should be created enough that to afford themselves. Or if you have S there, they should be themselves.
Okay, sir. We want to just bring something up.
The problem is that the later one, they said the account. So if you're using the accountant, then the ethical accountant should be created.
As a stretch.
Number 8.
No, please hold on. He's bringing something up now. Okay, sir. Okay, can I just do everything through?
You see, normally, after this, we take it as read. Somebody should read that, they take it as read,